Okay, thank you so much. I hope you feel better now. Compensated for the situation. Now we will do the form check. And the question for the form check is the following. So, how are you feeling? One, comparing to the number today. You just gave my all good last night. Yes. So, ESN Liga, how are you feeling? Yes. ESN Latvia NA. Yes. ESN Latvia. Yes. Amazing. The next one on the agenda will be very exciting. We're waiting for it. The national board updates. So I would like to ask our local national board to come and tell their mandate.
Ask us questions if you want it.
I can ask you any question. Not they want it.
Ask me questions.
So I can ask her questions. Shit, my questions are in the car. I can ask you questions. Maybe there's any help here.
So, good morning, everybody. How are you all feeling this morning? Am I a check? Okay. I hope you're excited for probably the longest presentation you will have. It's our national board updates. So I will be talking about what we have been up to since the previous NA, as you know, that took place last year in October in Riga. So this is what I have been up to. So this is just a quick breakdown of my external representation with calls and meetings. I'm attending everything as expected, national presidents, EduCom, board meetings, section calls, etc., etc. In total, there is more than 100, so I think I'm going here to 200 calls during this mandate, which is kind of scary. ESN events, I was at both the General Assemblies, Dubrovnik and Thessaloniki, as well as the Extraordinary General Assembly. I attended the Education Community Meetings Porto, the Erasmus Careers Closing Conference Grants Lab. I also attended some additional NAs in Lithuania, Estonia, and Bulgaria. Externally, I represented Latvia at the Erasmus Plus Coordinators meeting, which was held by our national agency, the TSA in Lisbon, Portugal, which was held by the National Agency of Italy and Portugal, which was what I attended as under the Ambassadors Program by our national agency, and also LEFF Congress. So, some updates. So this is my favorite slide, actually. For advocacy and external representation, there actually has been a lot of work. We've continued to strengthen relationships with our partners, such as the national agency, studying Latvia and other various departments. Most excitingly, for some news, for the ESN survey, we managed to actually get some official publications from our national agency. And also, bigger news, they translated it themselves, which I think is very, very cool. And also, in terms of our national agency, some big news. It seems that we might be getting funding next year, so let's last hands for that. Meaning we might have some funded trainings or funded initiatives, and I'm very excited for this for us. I also had meetings with the online language learning service platform, which was a project by the European Commission, allowing Erasmus students to learn the language of the place that they are studying. More information on this you can ask me after. And of course, also with the European Commission representation, we have the official invite to be part of the European Languages Festival, which will be taking place in October. Additionally, me and Justin attended the Ventspils Erasmus Open Days, where I presented for the university, and also in terms of Erasmus in schools. Though the team itself was a failure, me and someone did do one event in Riga, and it was a huge success. Internal documents. This is more of an update from the last NA, the extraordinary one. As you know, I worked very hard on redoing the statutes and the internal rules for ESN Latvia, and we have new ones. They have been officially approved. We also had legal consultations thanks to Justina, so now we're following the law. As you know, this was a lot of effort, especially leading up to the ENA, because we had to do major rewrites, but I'm happy that everything is done, approved, all is good. So I have to say, whilst I did a lot of work for it, I have to thank Justina for the legal consultations, Paula for the proofreading, and also the legal team who helped kickstart all of this. And then, of course, we had the ENA, which is a new format. Usually ENAs happen online, but we tried it in person, and I think it was a huge success, especially because we had the biggest participation from Valmiera and Jaga, which is our smaller section, so it was very, very nice for us. Continuing on, we also had the ESN Baltics project, which, as you know, started last year, but now we actually have made some strides. We have calls that are happening once a month, and they are organized in rotation basis. So Latvia has now hosted 2, and Lithuania 1 and Estonia 1, and the next one will also be done by Estonia. We have a signed agreement that was written by the national presidents. Here you can see us shaking on it in the last Estonian NA. Very cool thing. It was unanimously agreed on in every single country, so it's something we're very, very proud of. And we're continuing to discuss future cooperation, such as joint committees, a training event for the Baltics. So hopefully there will be more exciting news as the cooperation continues. In terms of session support, I supported ESN Riga with their ESN Academy training on the topic of ESN international events, so thank you to Taco for inviting me for this. I also supported Erasmus Destination Year with communication to external stakeholders, so I was not so relevant in supporting it directly, but to the National Agency Study in Latvia and other various departments, a lot of promotion went there, and I'm happy because they also promoted them on their social medias. And I supported one section of the HR issue and communication with the arbitration board and one other NO.
Alright. Here's my source of my update. Everything's like in Riga, so I've been to community meeting over there in Portugal. Alongside with a lot of young members from the station. Been done like 2 like station visit over there to Geneva. And some of the like HR situation over there back in their local section. As well, so far like to the national world, like also national levels, and we have been done over there again since the last NA. And in preparation for this, like any volunteer, also involves the national board for state relations twice so far all the way in preparation for this. As well as on top of the meeting, I have also done like one in-person like on-board meeting or on-site with the newly elected president with of ESN Latvia, and also president of ESN Latvia and Riga. On top of that, in the middle of semester, I also like in charge of the board review on also the national level as well as doing the section feedback review, and we also have that review all the way back to the national board. Been assisting tremendously Regina in its communication measures and basically over of the social media services, and also helping up with the development initiative. And also as you see yesterday with Bella and also the ESN program, I was mainly in charge of that. And some more update on my side, so EVP, you saw it, you saw the proposal, please vote. Something I've been working with translated since December, so as like I had a chance to go to GA alongside with the rest of the program, for open station. On top of that external representative, I did like a training over there at National Assembly Executive of ESN Ireland, and as usual, pretty much like all those like usual like basically ESN call like networks and those HR community and the also section policy.
Just to remind that we have started working already using the WhatsApp, so this is WhatsApp. It's right there.
No!
Okay. Yeah, so hi everyone, I hope you're very excited to hear me again. Yeah, but so what I've been doing now, national forgot. So about the ETM and PON, I have a separate presentation. I'm not going to go into details of what I did, but you will have a sneak peek in my presentation how it is to be a delegation leader. So I'm not going to go into details about it now. National Erasmus Games also won the award yesterday. So what I did, I onboarded the organizing committee, which was a hustle as well, knowing that we haven't had National Erasmus Games for 8 years. Neither of the national events was happening during that time, so I needed to start basically from zero. And there was no knowledge transfer, so it was a little bit difficult. International Erasmus Games community, so the main host got on board there as well. She's not there anymore, but it's okay. Attended National Erasmus Games, I was also there in person, it happened in Riga, and I'm very, very proud how the event ended up. Because we had a lot of sponsors, and also when it comes to participants, we got students from Riga, Jalta, and also Puldiga. We don't have such a Puldiga, which is very, very nice that they actually came to play some futsal. And we have a team going also to the International Erasmus Games. Then I did a quality assurance call with the regional support team, some of them are I filled out all the necessary information and attended the call, and I'm waiting for my country's development. Then the GA Dubrovnik. I filled out the ESN Latvia GA report, which of course coordinating with the board. Held a session consultation, so all the 27 topics. and collected all the votes. We also attended the drawing in person and had, before that, together with the other two calls with candidates. One of them got elected. So what happened? 23rd National Assembly of ESN Latvia, what else? Invitations, promotion, open call for city, onboarded city together with the other. Workshop holders, agenda bodies, anyways. That's all. Then changes in ESN Latvia documents, again I use the video. Please do approve. Please do approve my proposals that I send here. So the guidelines for delegate selection and international representation. So the updated version. And then guidelines for the section consultation. Then the time trial sponsors and box sponsors, maybe that's something more interesting for you. I reviewed the time trial sponsors together, of course, with you, Stephen, and we got a bigger commission for the Lapland ticket, so now we're getting not 20 euros per ticket, but 22 euros per ticket. So more money for us, yes. And then there was again need to review the box contract, and instead of offered 7 euros commission, we got 10 for the whole office. So it's also good. Then the document change in ENA, how the president will provide the statistics, we already mentioned that in internal rules, and also 10 days for the national assembly and held some sessions. Okay, the report collection. For those of you who don't know, in ESN Latvia we do reporting after all of the international events. I feel like a sideline from the city, but I need to hurry up. I collected all of the necessary reports from all of the international events and sent them out to the sections. HR programs, I didn't go into it. Latvian National Youth Council, I attended the congress. I was working very closely with the National Youth Council for the support for women's candidates and progressive international in the year. We got money, we got stickers. I think Linda still has stickers. Please take them. Please. Please take them, yes. The extraordinary General Assembly in Thessaloniki held a second consultation, collected all the votes, and attended extraordinary General Assembly because we did this communication. And the calls, and as this is my last national board update, I wanted to give a huge shout out to my dear Dodos and ours community, and if you can press the next slide. So these are the people that I have been working closely together the whole time. I love them. Yulia is the president, she's not really alive, but she is in the heart of the Dodo. So yeah, this is us, and this is my lovely community, and the NARs are still existing. Thank you.
As always, when I start to write things down, like actually nothing that comes to mind, but I did something else in this. Like some part of this saw yesterday, the written procedures, the document for time, consulting, updating, blah blah blah. As well, yes, some part of those was section support. We had a pretty good moment to be a Latvian community, so the community is in Latvia, which I'm very proud of. Yeah, so we have a group, we have calls every once in a while, we're gonna have a last one in June as well, like close, and I have some knowledge transfer to new BC members. We have updates there, small sessions, as well I offer individual consultations as each section has different realities and situations, especially when the annual report deadline is coming up. I was like just having a cost each section like hour by after hour, like before the deadline, do this. So yeah. So also doing all there, and they also comment on the help me with something that is not the other thing. About ESN card, I'm also taking care of that, management local sections, national sales implemented. Before we didn't have that option, now we also, students can buy a national board directly as well. It has some flaws, so I updated the procedure now. Because it's mainly meant for students who are in universities that don't have sections there, but it was a bit abused, not much, so I added the procedure so it can be used for that purpose. And yeah, the national ESN card price now is 20 euros from this, like national, now all sections has the same price, 20 euros. I just want to say where. So I'm going to have that as well, no, less competition. Yeah, new accounting platform that I mentioned I think yesterday slightly. So for books, I started already transferring there since this January, like this year.
It's pretty good. I like it. I can have all invoices there, all bank transfers, all of the like issuing and collecting invoices. There's like payment links. Partially can like support the events like with this platform and so on. So this is pretty good. And why I even like was looking for this kind of platform because I created quite a complicated budget plan. And then I need to actually somehow track it too. So. The expenses, so if we are actually working with budget plan, so I use some kind of system with that. So for that, it's also working pretty well, and I'm already checking something before numbers mean anything that in the system actually I can do that. We have budgeted that line, so this is like responsible spending. Yes. Partnerships, I've been also partially talking about that. To be honest, that's my favorite part, so I'm really looking forward to potentially having partnership manager. But I did some basic tasks there, close to the control, swaps. Yeah, we increased the commission, the POPs. We also include new national partners, as displayed next to Latvia. There's issues that have not been done, we can figure it out. I also joined ESN Latvia with me representing is one of the founding organizations, companies of VLA, which is like a business network international. If you're curious about that, I can tell you about that later. Yeah, that's in efforts to secure more partners through connections because emails don't work. Just an email with random people, so I need to make a connection. And this is one space how to do it. Yeah, next page. Yeah, of course, I've done some calls. Some annual calls, some PC calls. To be honest, the international calls, I haven't attended all of them. I just try to do my best. So nothing like this. I'm sorry. But yeah, it is what it is. Some visited class of PNB members, of course, and various stockholders. We also do investment bills. I'm very open, like also outside of my to do a presentation outside of my just basic portfolio. Yeah, we also, this is I think partially from last semester, but we submitted some big help of some other two applications for grants. Unfortunately, they both were refused. Yeah, and we did the three national events, national assemblies, two of them, which I really enjoyed, Grants Club, Erasmus Generation Meeting in Kona. And I also, as the NEGOC didn't have, National Erasmus Association didn't have a financial person in charge. I took over those tasks because they're necessary. It's Latvia money, so I need to do shit. I'm sorry for the language. That's it, I believe, what I wrote down. There's probably more, but that's what I would remember. Thanks.
Before we close the presentation, as you guys saw from the National Board report, we did not get any updates from Regina, unfortunately. For those who don't know, as of a week ago, she has also resigned from the National Board, so therefore we were just the four of us for any questions related to her position. Hopefully we'll get to the end of report mandate. If not, please contact her directly. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your updates. Now we will proceed to the question round. And for the slide and the speakers list, first question goes to Linda.
Yes, Linda, yes, Maria. I have more questions, but I left them in my car. So to all, what is something that you wanted to implement when you were first candidating, so last year? What is something that you wanted to implement then, but you didn't during your mandate, and why?
Can I answer this question a bit differently?
Yeah.
So everything I candidated with and everything I proposed for my action plan, in some way, shape, or form, I did implement. So I cannot say that it really wasn't something I wanted to do, but maybe it wasn't how I envisioned. For example, I had a really big hope to accumulate new IROs and universities and sections. What we didn't get to sections, but what we got was great guidance in universities. So I did everything I essentially wanted to, but maybe it was not how I envisioned. So however, what I would maybe say is the biggest failure for this mandate, previous mandates, and what needs to be a big focus in the coming years is I think ESN Latvia has, in some sense, lost the understanding of what ESN is supposed to be doing, and there's such a weak education community and education interest that I think it's incredibly a priority for the next mandates to sort this out. I tried, it didn't work. However, I have some new ideas with the Baltic presidents to do Baltics education community and make communities across the Baltics generally. So So I'm hoping this, in a sense, will solve that issue.
Thank you.
To all.
I can go next. There's no answer. I wanted also to, I really like, this is also last night, but as I mentioned, partnerships is not my favorite part. So I was thinking that I will still be making some more elaborate partnership strategy, reaching out more people, but in that, at the end of the day, it didn't happen that much, but how I wished. But also the national board put out in discussions. Those are not my direct tasks, treasure anyways. So even me doing any efforts is a bonus thing I did. So I hope you still appreciate it. But yeah, that was what I envisioned, and also I put it in my action plan and so on. It is some capacity going, but much less than I hoped for. That's right.
For my case, I'm gonna go with first and foremost the survive guy. Has been cooperative since last August. It's more or less not really specifically goes to my task, but it could go to communication. But there's a lot like lacking in communication since January, so we do need a lot of approval for back and forth for that. It's done. Just some final touch for that. So hopefully I somehow manage to like get published all the way into the end of my mandate or like before the next upcoming patch of fiction is really coming. And second one, I'm gonna go with the local board meeting. That's been also one of my priorities over there for the last 2 semesters, which we managed to bring these activities.
I don't want to sound cocky. I think I have achieved almost everything, but of course there's a huge but because I candidated for the second year, then you're a little bit more humble with your vision, let's say that, and more realistic than the first year. Everyone else has my first time candidate was also delusional. But something that I did not learn is how to set the proper boundaries still. That I carry too much. And it takes a little bit over me, you know. But when it comes to international representation, I have to say I'm very proud that there are new people interested in going to the events and joining the committees. Not that much, but still compared to the previous year, there is an increase, you know. We need to start somewhere. But of course, it would be also nice to see different people going to events, not all the time the same lovely group of people. It's not like I hate you, but you know there's diversity needs to be added. Yeah, that's okay.
Before we go to the next question, I would like to ask if there's anyone still writing a question. Then I will propose to close the speakers list after Linda's last question. Are there any objections? No objections, the speakers list will be closed after Linda's last question. Next question goes again to Linda.
Linda, ESN Riga, so what is this one? Yeah, so basically as none of you are candidating for the second or third candidates, because it's not possible. And there are 3 unfilled positions, and the rest of the candidates they've never had an experience at the national board. What do you think? Will they be able to live up to the standard that you've set now?
So, firstly, I would like to remind that we are just in our continuous interim. So, regardless of the situation, we're going to be here to help the new national board for the next 6 months. And as much as we have spoken, we're going to give the lead to the new national board and be more acting as support rather than leading in our positions, if that makes sense. However, that's a discussion when the new board is elected. I think the new board is more than capable of managing the workload and living up to the expectations. If anything, I hope you exceed every expectation and standard that we have set. And I know you can. I see how you guys are at the local level in your national and international positions. So I think you guys are overall great candidates for the national board, and you will continue ESN Latvia to good heights. However, what I will say, kind of how Paula touched upon in her last comment, and it was the same for all of us. You guys. Some of your candidacies were delusional, and I think you will have a bit of a reality check when you start the national board, and you should just await that, like be excited for it, because when you understand fully your vision when you start at the position, then you'll be able to navigate what you want for the rest of the year. So I loved your candidacies, and I think you're going to do great things. I think it will change a lot when you actually start working.
Maybe if I can quickly add. Yes, it's going to be a full new part, but it's not like when we're done with 2009, that we're gonna drop all of your numbers and they're disappearing, you know. Now, of course, you can always reach out to us either way if there's a question. At least for me, the new board can reach out to me if they have questions regarding the international events about the GA or whatsoever. It's not like we're going to reach out, you know. There's still going to be some support. And of course, there's going to be transition as well, you know.
Next question, what was again?
First of all, I would like to appreciate that ESN card price went up to 20 from 15 because that was also one of my questions, but we changed it. So yeah, but we have been getting questions from students regarding these sales that they have basically bought the ESN card from you, and they're reaching out to us, and so I wanted to ask how could we communicate it more clear to them that, hey, it's not ESN Riga who sold your ESN card, don't bother them, don't accuse them of anything, because we've been accused.
I think there's confusion in general for students about what's local and like national understanding. I think part of the issue is also that I think all the students like so far has bought like a national level, that's like 3 or 4 of them to be qualified, have been all from University of Latvia, HU, like the universities are working in. So I think they just first of all mixed up. They thought it was ESN probably. Just went to your office. But for like what's your question, yeah, for sure could be communicated more directly, even like they don't understand. This is different organization, this is the procedure, and so on. And yeah, it could be more clear, you're right. So that's partially also way of the procedure. Now, before it was that they paid up front and then issue the card, but that kind of puts us in a like trap situation, like you get paid, you have to issue card, I don't know. They are immersing, like right in England, somewhere, maybe weird. So right now we're just they're requesting the card. I'm reaching out to them. If I want to see them, that they're from LU or at you or like that basically they should be by using that of you. I'm just gonna directly direct them to you, and that hopefully will solve some issues in future. Yes.
Anita, yes, Maria. There was one girl who was trying to contact you for a month and did not get the card, but she paid ESN Latvia and she came to office 3 times.
Yeah, I think we saw that now.
Yeah.
A bit delayed, sorry about that, but
Next question, who would you think?
Engineers in Austria, and questions about external implementation by the national board. In Austria, the main task, like Austria has the president, and so in your manual, have questions about that. And I want to ask, how do you split up the external representation task between your ND? Do you already have a platform, or do you just rules?
When you mean external representation, do you mean outside of ESN?
It's
Okay, so external representation, all in all, is pretty much done by me. There's some cases where it is not. For example, Well has attended the LUFI Congress, and she's the main contact for LUFI just because she has the best communications with them. The National Youth Council, sorry. Justina has joined me for some things, and but all in all, it's basically me and my education officer, because we're the most relevant for the things that we're doing external representation for. However, what I will also send to the new candidates, so for those that don't know, I initially applied to a candidate for president 1 more year, and I withdrew my application. I will send my candidacy because it's a really long one. It's like 12 pages long. And I will send it to the new national board because I think there is some nice insights, especially on the topic of external representation. In that specific space, I wrote that the external representation should be a task of the entire board, not just the president, because honestly, when you're a student and when you have so many other things going on, like external representation was one of the biggest burdens. It was fun, but it was one of the biggest burdens for me. I think moving forward, it should be split up by portfolios. If it's more education-related topic, it should be the president. If we're going to start venturing out in some more business-related ones, or for example, if we're going to get finances from the national agency, immediately I'm going to start taking the financial manager with me. It just really depends on what our next goals of external representation are. However, I don't necessarily think external representation should be the priority for Latvia next year, like the main one, because we have me and my education officer made a very, very great base this year. So I think the next board's priority, not only to divide the tasks for external representation, but should be to now make use of the new contacts and connections we have gained.
can I also add up? Sometimes simply very logistical, it's like, oh, I'm abroad at that time, I cannot. Is someone like free at the time? And basically, it's expectation that all board members are open and we like capable of doing some kind of resolution task. And sometimes just like, for example, like Paul at some point like was for a good job of her Monday was abroad studying, Regina as well living abroad, so it was kind of only of Austria sometimes locally, I mean nationally, because just like we're there, would be there in person. So it's also that aspect. And all of us need to be ready on adjust.
Thank you. Next question, who is that?
So, keeping up the topic about the survival guide, what are the actual updates regarding it? Because I've been hearing about the applying survival guide since August.
Yes. Yeah, so we had an approval of it from Comcom back in January, and we basically redo all like the writing, which has been done. But basically, the task has been like shifted over there to Regina in January to like combine all of those like all of the documents all together and do the redesign of the documents. But like she was, well, you know, the situation, so I'm basically like repeating as well.
Only the design or the text?
Like we've already finished like redo the text. Like basically split all on the rail like professional level. So it has been done. Right now we just compiling like all the text all together, but only in the new version. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last question, who is that?
Yes, here we go. So what do you think could have been done better towards sections or improved during your mandate?
I'm thinking how to say it. If somebody has an answer, please.
You can go one by one, you can have a joint answer.
Okay. I think I will try to word this as best as I can. As the president, my job is not to deal with the sections, so of all the board members, I deal with these with the sections because my job is mainly external representation, whereas all of them are working more directly, using supporting sections financially. Vinny is the main contact point for sections, it's the VP, and Paul is supporting them with external representation. So generally, in my position, I have the least communication with sections, and I think that's sometimes misunderstood what my role is. In terms of what I feel I could have done better to sections, one of the biggest challenges for me when I came into this national board or national level generally is I'm the only one who's not from ESN Riga. So ESN Riga already has the bonds with these people. I never really got communicated for some things unless it was really, really urgent. So ESN Riga, I didn't really know what was going on unless I heard it from my board members or somebody from Riga reached out to me directly because it's not my job really to go reach out to them. Also, you guys seem pretty comfortable with reaching out to them. In regards Jago and Valmiera, Valmiera I supported Patrizia when she became the new president, but that was pretty much the end of our communication. I just supported the questions whenever they came up. With Jelgava, I pretty much cut my ties after I left the section because I needed a break just emotionally from leaving that section. I did support, however, again, most of the management for Jelgava and Valmiera was not again my task, it was Vinny's task. If they reached out to me, I did help. What I could have done better, I feel, aside from the fact that I think that there should have been better president's community, better education community, that's a separate topic. I think I could have been a bit more forthcoming towards the sections because I do a lot of work and a lot of my work impacts the sections if we get something like funding from the NAs, for example. But, and a lot of my work just goes invisible, but also I think if I was more present with the sections, maybe there would be a bigger interest in education. So I think it's, they're finding the balance for that. And if I stay as interim, it's something I would want to work on.
For me, I must say like working best to get to know the sections, especially the small section, especially in the case that like for the foreseeing of their like the next upcoming mandate most of y'all are being from Riga. So pay attention over there to the like small section because they the one they need most like support with it from the national board. And also like my vision to be like also creating more in-person like get together and so to building for next work, not just only doing section calls, which is something I have been missing out with this mandate.
I guess, yeah, I think the communication could be better about some like practical, like how you want to work out the ESN car, like understand how it is confused like what's happening there. So I did really different work really. Also the partner situation was dragged out a bit, and also I think this league took a bigger hit because it's your name, and this was reaching out to the user input because a lot of the students are, most majority students are from America. So definitely communication with some more practical updates about the companies of national attention. So yeah. Vamera Yoga, I haven't seen complaints, also communication complaints, probably some more influencer, more initiative with that, because also the members are wanting to enter. That's all.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. I would say also communication for me is a bit different because in my first mandate I was fully abroad studying my master's, but when I candidated I was going over. I was really honest about it. And now I'm back, I'm doing my traineeship in Riga, so of course it's nice to be back, but what I noticed because of me being abroad, I can see the sections that much often. Okay, I'm not the VP, but still it's nice to get to know the sections, and I usually get to know them either at the EGN, those who went against the same small group of the people, or at the NET, for example. So for me, I felt a little bit left out, and I'm sorry that I could not send you even more, but I did my best, let's say that. But that's something to keep in mind maybe for the next mandate, especially if you all are elected or coming from one section, to try to get in touch more. Not only through online communication, because it sometimes sucks, I'm sorry for the language, but also to try to go and see them and talk and maybe invite for, I don't know, but to be more active also with the smaller sections.
It's like a moment for appreciation for those that have done. City blessing in the ESN Latvia NA. I just wanted to say how amazing you all are, because being in the work, I understand like sections, we don't see even half of these struggles we face and what do we do and what we have to do, and sometimes the work which is invisible actually keeps organization going, and because it is working, that's why no one sees the problem, and it's all because of the NV, because all the time and effort you put, and I think it's really important to appreciate and acknowledge that, because you all put your heart and souls there and tears. Because I talked to all of you, and you know this back, story of everyone almost, and I just want to say how great and amazing you are, and I love you all so much, and I'm proud of you and love this mandate. And it was very amazing to be with you next to you, let's say, this year. So yeah. Don't have for us yet. With such permission, I do have the right to ask one more question. So we told you what we felt, but actually I would love to hear from you or the others, what, like individually, what you would have expected more from us for this topic.
I've been talking all this question now, but I don't want to start first.
I mean, it's more for the section. So.
But you also delegating us, so you didn't have the.
No, but the questions about the sections.
Okay, Linda is. I think I will not go one by one, but I expected from each one of you more. But I know that it sometimes felt like it is difficult, and that's why I think also ESN Riga people that are candidating for the next board, we saw how difficult even it is for us, that most of the national board is from Riga, and we can feel this in ESN Riga as the local board, and we would also take that maybe for our next mandate to improve. And yes, so overall, we always respected the work and we love the work, and we still think that you're very good national board. And I haven't been in ESN Latvia for that long, but I'm pretty sure that in a long time we've been such a good national board. And yes, but there has just been a bit of that we are not being strangled, but it's hard to breathe. And that's how ESN Riga sometimes is feeling when it comes to specific situations. But still, you are very nice.
Yeah, I think this is a longer discussion. It's something I also felt it's very hard to work in a board when you're the only one who's not from the section. Because I kind of felt, for me personally, I felt such a major disconnect from ESN Regan. I didn't feel I was ever going to have a good connection because you have these people and they're working with you all the time. And
I felt like we had very good connection for me.
No, I mean, for what we had, I was very happy. But from if I'm being honest, for me, it was really hard to watch my boards. I will speak candidly, put more effort or more watch and read when the other two sections really needed it.
Wait, before I proceed, if possible, let me do it faster.
I'm done.
Okay. Then, yeah, you can go and then we will.
Okay. Anita is area. How can I say it? I wanted more like team buildings for local boards. Because the first time I met them, at least some of them, when we were going to, I think, in them. And because of these international events, I get to know the other local board members. But if I don't go to them, mostly I don't know them. So yeah. That's the basic version.
Please use section cooperation plan.
What?
Use the section cooperation plan.
And I'm going to that.
No, we're now we're doing the events, so at least it's good.
If I can say one last thing. If I can speak on Vinny's behalf, there was efforts made to try to do a local boards training. Unfortunately, they just didn't pan out. It was not that we didn't want or we didn't try. There was attempts, and I completely hear your concern, and I think the next board should focus on it. But just in case you, for those that didn't know, we did try. Unfortunately, that didn't work.
I will add a comment on that. I know that you're big bad bosses, but you can also ask help from us. Even on these things, like especially something like what we were, it shouldn't even have been a training. You just ask like, hey, do you have €7 to go to a Latvia with a train? And we just meet there for a kebab. And it's fine. Even without any training, just something.
Keep it in mind for your board.
I know, if there are no big objections, I would like to approach this session with the national coordinators updates.
Can I say one thing?
Very briefly.
Yeah. I already talked to Lomé and Anelka, but there is like fund for the project to do like a seminar. So I will need Vinny's help. So we could at least they could learn and we could do the fund. Yeah.
Thank you so much, board. I'd like to ask for a round of applause for them.
Thank you. Now we'll continue with the national project updates.
Alex, you also did so.
Yes, I just making slideshow.
Mr. Coordinator.
Only need
Okay, just to switch the slides?
yes, switch slides.
Okay, just tell them that.
My name is Samantha Bachmann. Nice to meet you. That's what I say.
Again, you.
I think one of the coordinators. I'm just talking about the coordinators. I don't know who's in the list. Welcome to, on behalf of the national coordinators, welcome to the national coordinators update. This is what they have been doing since the last NA. And now you start.
Yes. We'll start with the web project administrator with me. And the next slide is what I have done since the last May. I represented the ESN Latvia on, I think I went to meeting in Warsaw and created the infrastructure for the ESN Latvia website as well as basic functions for all website, like partners, like our center and brand name. Also, this page is now very good, like as well on the mobile phones and PCs. Also, I write some articles on the use and dealing steps. Also, sorting and cleaning ESN Latvia emails, and also also I've done some data protection audit and also support ESN with server, infrastructure, and activities. That's all.
Hi everyone, I'm Samantha. So I'll be talking on behalf of my education officer as we work most closely together. Before I start with her updates, I would like to say I don't think Samantha gets nearly enough appreciation. We do most of our work together, and it's literally half the reason we have as many things as we do. For example, cooperations with institutional holders is thanks to Samantha, so I hope after this NA you write her a message and you all send her some love and appreciation. So, for our management, she worked on new coordination plans implemented to improve partner communication, maintain presence at key events, and meetings to reinforce ESN Latvia's visibility. For stakeholder relations, she had regular meetings with key partners such as JSPA, Eurodesk Study Latvia NA, and she also reaffirmed shared goals and discussed new initiatives. For Eurodesk, from April 1st, ESN Latvia is the official Eurodesk info point for Riga, Java, and Valmiera, so that's a really incredible thing that we have. It means we get some funded trainings as well. And we also participated in the Eurodesk training and new members seminar. For ESN survey, there was plans to promote the survey for higher responses rate to stakeholders and focus on sharing insights from the ESN survey with key stakeholders. As you saw as an update from my presentation, we managed to get it already published on some really big websites, so it's an amazing work we did together. And for Erasmus in Schools, she's been completely leading this initiative, so she deserved all the praise. She had the first session held in January with Europeers and volunteers from ESN Riga and promoted the Erasmus Plus opportunities to young adults. So some love for someone that really she's doing a lot.
Hello, it's me again. So I'm International Cooperation Coordinator and I'm not ready to speak, but I have to. So again, I went to so many events this year and in Estonia, in Latvia, and Educate, NET, community meetings, EGM folks, everything in the month Wednesday. And I attended TNA community calls in behalf of ESN Latvia and all the national level, not all, most of the national level calls, and also the calls with folks that I'm trying to tell us. Next, updates. So we went to Lofoten and Lapland trips, and this spring the sales are not as good as before, but we have various reasons. One of them is we had too many trips. Also, like our bigger selling section is Riga, and they also had another trip, so it's maybe there should be a lot of reasons, and I was searching about it currently, but we'll see. Next time, let's do it better.
My apologies.
Okay. And then we got for Iceland, we only sold like 30 tickets, but still we got the spot for GL, and that's a success. And also for Lofoten, we didn't sell as much as needed to get 2 spots, but still we got it. So yeah, I'm proud of myself, and I'm so thankful for Saurav. I'm still not know. I still cannot pronounce his name correctly. Sorry. And for Pops, I didn't go this time. It's not because I can't go, it's because I already went 2 times and we only sold like 8 or 9 tickets, so it's unfair for me to go again and again just because I'm coordinator. So I gave up the spot to a volunteer, and I was doing the job digitally. And I was in a NEC, but it's not my work through the coordinator position, but I just accepted, but for some personal reasons I didn't go through with it, I stepped down. And yeah, another one I wanted to give update as a coordinator here is one thing I learned about our NO is we have the most respectful NO towards each other, because when we went to other NOs, other international event, I noticed how the national board treats the coordinator, but us here we treated very equally. There was no like, okay, I'm national board, you're national level. I'm so proud, I'm getting goosebumps. I didn't understand the difference of coordinator and national board till I went to the community meeting and I learned it from others. So that's how they treated me. So that's a big update I wanted to say and shout out to the MB.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, then we will proceed to questions.
Yes, but I'm recording.
Change your view.
Slide on.
Yeah, slide.
Georgi, change the view, please slide on.
I can't change anything. I don't know.
You have to go.
It's my temporary role right now. I'm not thinking of sharing.
Alex never coming back.
I'll answer the question.
Georgie identify as Alex.
Okay, so the first question will go to from Linda to Alex.
Yeah, so as Linda, ESN Riga. As IT manager is giving an update to a board member from coordinator. Do you plan to take more initiative in your everyday tasks?
Yes, I plan.
Elaborate.
Just a little comment from the city. Thank you for repeating your
Reaction, not just
This is not linked to the national coordinators of this. This is for the campus.
Also, it was asked yesterday because it was.
Yeah. Okay. So it was even covered.
Just don't ask question because you want to ask question.
Okay.
Next question from Linda, ESN Riga. So as you are both active on national level and local level, how does it influence your life in general, like in the way of feeling and doing the responsibilities?
Just start with one change. I'm also active in international level.
Sorry.
But yeah, the thing is, it was hard in my first semester to do everything together. But in my second semester, I found a balance. I started to say no for the things I don't want to commit, and I learned more. I started to delegate my task better. So I mean, local level is because I like to do it. It's my personal choice, and national level is my responsibility. So I know, and international level also my responsibility. So I know to divide the things. Yes.
I have a comment. National and international level was your choice as well at one point.
Yeah, but it's It's my responsibility. I committed to it. But local level, I'm not committed. I'm doing for my personal, love.
Is there anyone else taking the question? Okay.
We wait.
Is there anyone else besides Vincent that's question? Then I propose to close the series after the discussion. Is there an objection? No objection to the proposal. Please.
Mr. ESN Latvia, can you please elaborate just something in your action plan so far you haven't yet managed to achieve during the activity?
I can start. So in my action plan, one is the next thing, but I don't know why I put it in action plan because it's not ICC thing. But yeah, I stepped down as I told, it's personal reasons. I couldn't do it. And the other one is getting maybe new partners, but I didn't do it. That's I didn't achieve, but other task which is given to me in my candidates, I didn't.
On behalf of Sama, as I mentioned kind of before, me and Sama to do a lot of our work together, a lot of our plans are the same. And from what I understand, she's achieved everything that was expected and gone beyond. But if you want some clarifications, please reach out to someone directly. But I'm very proud of her and she's done amazing work.
I'll send a message, Samantha's lady.
Also, she is working in the European Commission, so I think that just deserves some credit for that.
Yes, I didn't achieve fix with the website. Regina really wanted our website looks like website is ESN portal, and I tried to take some functions from them, also collaborate with them, but I haven't done this.
Thank you so much. Please round of applause for potential coordinators.
Good job. What is the next on the agenda?
So, thank you one more time for keeping the agenda. We're very good on time. We're happy. Now we will come to the interesting part of the agenda called secret discussion of the candidates for national board. How to go? Can I please, Alex, can I please have the slides?
This presentation.
Yes. Okay, so I'll just go briefly about the general rules. National Board Defense is so the rules of the secret discussion. Alex, cut the live. Cut the live.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do.
Yes.
Yes.
Should I
Время прямо поклонников. Люди очень любят плотные которые. Ловят такой.
Pass it to whoever needs this.
Okay. I'll just leave it on the table.
Or that. Love of my life. Okay.
I'm just also wanting to try the physical something in focus.
Julia, I expect tears.
Fuck off!
When I'm getting an A3 poster from Jitin and from you, I expect tears.
I fucking made you a fucking picture collage.
Do you know what they got me?
Show off. Show what I've done. Be done.
Who's me? Did you make for yourself?
No, actually, I just thought about this and I was like, oh, I should make it myself. And a little lady, just like when I was printing, she was like, oh, there will be those like white sides. And she's like, but if you cut half the pictures, it will fit. And she's like, you can have this picture or this picture. I'm like, you're not cutting pictures, you know, like I put that on purpose. Yeah, everything there, just like, you know.
These memories? No.
No, yeah, pictures might be not so perfect, but I don't care, it's my memory, it's my happy memory, you know, it's my support structure. You see it? Yes. You want me? Yes, you choose me.
Yes.
I just started
Of ESN bullshit component. Because I don't like having or I'm flooding them. Okay, I'm trying to be more business. One of my fault earlier. So, but it's called, it's some like personal like mostly. Danica had a great idea. I think the only one I can use. So, she said I can use a table to put some there. I need more marching. I need others. I need traction to the table.
Okay, so they're joining in.
So, she had the idea that she could do auction. So, you want to break?
I want to propose.
Thank you.
I also had my tea clinch.
So I offer stuff, and if you can just basically I don't want to bring it home. I don't want to bring it home. That's embarrassing.
Missing.
Yeah.
So we have a proposal. Change the.
Is it really?
No, I mean that takes a sheet, but we just want to add chicken and rice and that it doesn't want to keep it home. It's not that it's just around the last name, but nicely. But yes, they give anything. Whatever, you know, it's just interesting yourself. You the official. Yeah, mostly I will be honest. Well. Нет, хотели, да я просто чеки на нее, типа, просто не то, что я там что-то.
She's writing things about me.
Yes, I read like a bit something. I have not written рядом стоит,
Clean ideas and procedural. There's no more paper for sugar cubes. Oh, see, because I took all the papers. Yeah. Stickers here still. It's the expo table. You can put it here. Wake up. Wake up. You can put it here. Oh, yes. I'll make it famous in this how do you bring this to the table?
Then you won't see me anymore.
You see that? Guys, please
Get everybody on the break from here.
people get in.
Posso falar que šis ir printējams. Nu, otrā pusē.
Nē, tas var būt.
Ok. Es nezinu, viņi kādam vajag, bet
Nē,
mēs
es
tas ok. Nožņicas.
Vai kādreiz varu
Затягивайся.
Oh, it's good.
Alex suggested something I would do that.
Но вчера меня заставили голосовать, когда я пришла на один, тут секунду позже. Тут всем Ну, если да, не совесть. Energetic. Do we dance?
No.
Okay. For those who people have been not, those who did not, I disapprove. Now we will move to the second part of this day of the National Assembly. We will start with the German honor course by Paula. You will have 7 minutes to present and then 5 minutes question round, so you can start typing your questions to slide up. Okay, so hi everyone. I was a delegation leader for EGM on 1. I'm going to tell you what it is. So in short, what is EGM? Next. So it's the biggest or largest student-led conference in Europe. I'm not going to spend longer in here because next. So the preparations. When I was preparing this presentation, I thought I'm not going to do the basic report. I'm going to allow you to see how I was functioning while preparing for EGM. So this is 101 how the delegation leader works. So what happened before Italy? I attended 4 delegation leader calls. I organized, attended as well, the 3 Latvian delegation calls, so or internal one to prepare for EGM. I booked 2 accommodations, so nobody will live on the streets or on the beach. Priority list is created for delegation, so these are some data. There were 22 users that entered the EGM app, but it doesn't mean that they registered. Only 19 registered. In total, we had 12 spots confirmed. 2 national boards, so me and Justina, 1 national coordinator, Sarika, 1 year in Malmö, Patrick, 1 year in Atlanta, and 5 years in Riga.
as well as someone who was part of the EGM program team. And we got one spot for Anna, or previous president from ESN International, and also national agency that attended EGM. This is a huge shout out to you. My best friends during this time was EGM app, my Excel spreadsheet, and EGM chats. I'm going to show all of the screenshots because I have added it in the presentation. The expo table and international dinner table preparations, materials and food, and also fighting to get the separate expo table from Estonia because of the first we were put together. So 2 Erasmus destinations of the year fighting for this big of a table wasn't the smartest idea, but I got also for Estonia a separate table. And of course, promoting EGM to sections. Next. Yeah, accommodating all individual requests, starting from invitation letters to session registrations to changing the data. So at least once a week I receive some WhatsApp message about what needs to be changed. Then Erasmus Destination of the Year 2025, helping Lena with preparations. Calling National Youth Council, proofreading all text in Latvian, so because allegedly I'm the only Latvian speaker in this ESN, as well as proofread posters for each session, so for the ESN Award and also EDOI, coordinating with materials for promotion that can be brought to Expo, such as creating the idea of doing the food as well. International dinner, I got the approval for bringing the homemade alcohol for international dinner. I was the one that started the chain, and it was very successful. Being the experimental rabbit for listening to presentation rehearsals for Linda, and as well just supporting Linda mentally. Linda, I'm so proud of you. You will be hearing that a lot of times, but I'm very, very proud of you and what you did regarding the Erasmus destination. You should be proud of you. The second delegation open calls were important target as well. Safety point in the contact, safety point of contact creation inside the delegation of the staff and delegating other tasks. Next. So this is how the EGM app look. Of course, I erased all of the data. Unless there's no GDPR permission. So this is how the EGM app look for me. I mean, you can see that this is me because I'm the only one with the permission. So I needed to go through all of this data to see who is registered, who has only entered the app because the register shows the data, who is the participant, is the payment of proof of payment uploaded, is the payment confirmed, the permissions and so on. Next. Communication channels. This is how my life looks like. When I type the EGM on my WhatsApp, EGM on Economy, ESN Latvia, delegation leaders, membership team, membership team. Just EGM, delegation leaders, again EGM and membership team. EGM on Kona Latvia, accommodation chat, another accommodation chat. Slack channel, EGM delegation leaders. Participant chat that was muted immediately, so for everyone. Tons of emails. And internal Erasmus destination of the year chat. So this is how my life looked like as a delegation leader. And this is how my WhatsApp looked like. Very depressing, I would say. Next. My dear Excel spreadsheet. So I created for the delegation to be easy, and I hope this is going to be a practice that will be continued also when I retire. So basically, the Excel spreadsheet, there was basic information, priority list, contact recommendation list, arrivals and departures, expo, international dinner, poster gallery working shift, session, so I could know where my delegation is, what kind of sessions attending, flag parade, who is drinking what, international dinner list, and of course awards list, so it wouldn't be the situation they were like thinking, to which award we got nominated, should we get more excited because we're gonna win? But I also created that. Next. This is how the first spreadsheet site looks like. This is all of the things that I added, the meeting minutes, all of the useful links that my delegation can find. Thank you, Matteo, for being the Italian translator also for this one. Next. Then in Italy, the grand finale of everything that I was doing. So when I just arrived, I needed to bring the food to some of the delegation members because they couldn't bring it by themselves. Trips at the expo, international dinner, and poster gallery, radio promotion, every day and everywhere. Also hyping up the delegation, but not a lot more was needed. Making sure the delegation is on time everywhere, especially for the shuttle buses. Because if we end up getting lost somewhere, at least all of us will turn back to Latvia. Assisting the national agency with logistical matters, accommodating another individual request for a lot, and also central stations notaries. Next. So this is us at the EGM. As you can see, this is Linda presenting Russian Destination of the Year. This is us with the awards. This is us at the gala. This is Alina, happy in the middle during the session time. This is Blackbird. This is our national agency being happy at the international dinner table. Awards. This is one. Just in all the delegation pictures as well. And he looks very proud as well. He's the previous international board's president, and this is us preparing for Linda's speech. Thanks. Aftermath. Oh my god, it's finally over and I have survived. Next. Still, last task to do. So we finalized the EGM on conduct and report. I haven't given yet the signatures list. It will happen today. Back to the National Youth Council for the funding. If you want to sign the list, please be my guest. But we have enough signatures as well, and that they can see that we spend money accordingly. I had actually this Thursday a feedback call with ESN International about how the EGM went, and of course we celebrated biggest achievements. So achievements, what I bring back. So first of all, the best delegation I could ask for. You were very supportive. You were also listening to me. You all attended the sessions. No one came late, and if somebody was missing out of the sessions that I knew about it before, and of course most importantly, no public comment violations. Very good. We bonded together as a team. That's something I noticed also on EGM survey when I was for the first time delegation leader. And there's a strong sense of belonging in Latvia's delegation and in ESN Latvia in general, and between all the sections and the national level. So we were just like a small, a little bit dysfunctional family, but small and very cute family. Yeah, ESN belonging, something that I also noticed from this edition. The new ideas are already generating from the sections based on what they learned from other ESN awards, and also from the sessions attended, support for Riga's candidacy. Everyone worked together as one team during the EGM. It didn't matter from which section you came or if you were from the national level. We all had one aim to support Riga for the candidacy, and the support was visible also to all participants. I mean, we were watching from here on, so of course. And note from me that I'm very, very thankful, support from delegation to delegation leader. Sometimes some people from my delegation just brought me things, asked me how I'm doing, and I'm very, very thankful for that as well. Struggles. Two members lost their voice, and mine is me. No recommendations, just cheer more responsibly. I have no recommendations for the future to add here. Something that I hope will change is some kind of nominations will happen again. A lot of support internally for Russian Destination of the Year preparations. More explaining to the members should be done, and more push if it's needed from also national board and local board should be done for high demanding members, explaining why it is important and why you should support it. And not last but not least, it was a very miserable month for me as well. And more support is needed for the delegation leader, especially when there is nominations like these happening, and if there is lack support internally for Russian Destination of the Year preparations, the delegation leader is the next one helping. And if there's nobody helping also delegation leaders for example, for the awards ceremony or whatsoever, then of course it can lead to the burnout. It was miserable time because also national wrestling games were happening at the same time. But yeah, just a note for the future. Delegation leader is doing a lot. That's why I showed it to you. Because I'm not gonna be a delegation anymore. You can put it in the next slide. But all in all, I'm grateful for leading Latvia's delegation to EGM already for the second time and the last time, thankfully. And I am very, very proud of you all. Next. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have slide open. Does anyone have any questions in mind? Comments? Okay, then I will close the poll.
Appreciation, sorry. Oh.
I can just say it and just say it.
Amazing. What is this amazing one?
Diva, exactly. It's as a also delegation leader, I just know how much time it took and all those chats and answering all of it and being responsible for such a huge big thing and also having a destination of the year and the people. And I think we kind of made an unofficial Baltics mental support group of you at some point. And I'm really happy that we both were there for each other. And basically I'm very proud of you. I'm very happy it ended because we only pressed.
and you were amazing, both of you were, but Paula, just hero, and yeah, I think you should be very appreciated. Obviously. Thank you. Yeah, a comment from me, that's why I showed how it is to be a delegation leader, because some of the things you don't see. And it's also for those who are not from the ESN Latvia, the other section members, to say that actually, if you have a good delegation leader, it puts a lot of work in it to prepare the delegation, because especially the sections are kind of sorry, but they're a little bit hustle sometimes. To also prepare very much. But I see the next question, so I'm shutting up.
Okay. Then before we go to the question, I propose to close the list after Jiffy's question. Are there any objections? No objections, the speaker is going to close.
Japan is in Austria. You're looking very happy for this.
I'm happy I'm not, you know. I'm DJ.
So my question is, how much did you get to work with other national organizations and delegation leaders? There's always a lot going on. Do you have any your
Yeah, for this edition, I have to say I worked a lot with the Baltics delegation leader, and I think me and you, we also supported the Estonian delegation for obvious reasons. But yeah, of course, we work together, especially with the delegation leaders' calls. That's why we have the chat. As well, if somebody has a problem, you usually reach out. But the closest link for me was the Baltics, of course, the regionalized, and then the non-delegation leaders. But you get to work with not that much when you focus on your own delegation. And for example, we had this expo table situation, and of course, you text with in my case, I texted with Estonia, like, hey, we have the situation, I don't think it's wise for us to share the same table. And then you organize it, and somebody needs to take a lead, which was me in this case. But you don't work that much together with other delegation members. You just maybe it's also a little bit of a small support group, because you all are going through the same thing, and you can just rant about it. Rant also Anya, who is the right responsible about how it is to be a delegation leader, especially if someone just pisses you off sometimes. But that's fine. That's a part of being a delegation leader.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for. For the GA report presentation.
So, hello everybody, or goodbye Matteo. So, just raise your hands, how many of you know what General Assembly is? I see like 7 hands, this is great, at least somebody knows what I'm about to talk about. So, I'm going to be giving you an update on General Assembly Dubrovnik, which happens from the 24th to the 28th of April. For this, attended me, the president as the vote holder for ESN Latvia, Vinny and Paula as national delegates, and Justina in the guest spot. So, what is the GA? The GA is kind of like an NA, but it is international. It's where all the countries are gathering together. It is the highest decision-making body of ESN International, which votes on all statutes and standing order proposals, on all non-statutory proposals, and the election of the board, the audit commission, GACT, and also the arbitration board. So, the topics for this General Assembly, we approved the previous extraordinary General Assembly meetings for the EGA that happened in January. We had the approval of ESN Iceland for full membership. That is a bit bigger now, and we're more than grateful for it. Sorry, wet. Voting on the new international board, voting on the new statutory bodies, the GACT, audit commission, and unfortunately arbitration board received no candidates. Voting on the new long-term strategy, 3-year strategy and action plan for ESN, which means that we have a new vision and direction for the way that our organization will function. Voting on the proposals from the NOs regarding GA timelines and visa supports. Voting on the financial report, digitalization of the ESN card. If you have questions, Justin is the one for you. And of course, EGM follow both from Anya as well as the EGM content team. So, the outcomes. We have in the GA 2 forms of voting, the public vote and the secret vote. The public vote, everybody's able to see how the countries voted, though it's not stated out loud, the votes, you can check in the app. After, so these are usually with any statutes, approvals, anything that's basically not related to a candidate. And we also have the secret vote, which is all related to the candidates, or unless a secret vote is requested by one of the national organizations. So, for approval of the, before I say all the results, ESN Latvia will release a full GA report, so you'll see also how ESN Latvia voted, but the section presidents are already aware. So if you have any questions, you can ask me after. However, I'm just going to be speaking about the results of the actual GA. So, do you approve the minutes of the EGA in January 2025? Approved. Do you approve the vision and strategic priorities of the Erasmus Student Network? Approved. Do you approve the 3-year strategy of the Erasmus Student Network? Approved. And do you approve the action plan for the Erasmus Student Network? Approved. Meaning we have now a vision for the next 6 years. Thank you. Do you approve the internal audit report, which was for 2025? So what the internal audit is, it is a report that is done by the audit commission, the audit body of ESN International, and they're looking at the functioning of the ESN International team, so this was approved. The financial report is written by the treasurer, and this one was also approved. ESN Germany proposed an amendment which is altering the GA timeline, allowing for corrections of mistakes or unfilled duties, and this unfortunately was rejected. However, we do have to commend ESN Germany, as this is the second time that they are presenting this amendment, so maybe with a bit more consultation it will get approved. And then, do you approve the amendment to the EPP? So, ESN Armenia, ESN Azerbaijan, Jordan, and ESN Turkey essentially made 2 proposals to change the EPP, allowing for invitation letters to be sent out in a specific timeline, and also for certain reimbursements should visas be rejected. So these both were approved. So approved and approved again. For the General Assembly, the next one, which will be the elected one next year in spring, we are going to GA Prague. It was a very close vote. ESN Coimbra almost won, but we are going to Prague. For EGM, next year we're going to be meeting in Split, so very, very exciting, especially for the sections. And we did approve ESN Iceland, as I already mentioned, to join the network as full members and also part of NEP. So, again, a lot of gentlemen with 100%. Actually, 98 with 1 abstain.
I want that one.
Malta.
Oh.
For the secret votes, we voted on all of the candidates. So the main auditor for the audit commission will be Ailey, the financial auditor Ahmed, and the procedural auditor will be Andrea from ESN Romania. This is incredibly exciting for those who know. Ailey last year was the only member of the audit commission. So now she has a full team and we're expecting even bigger and greater things from them. For the topic of General Assembly Chair, we had 2 candidates, Gonzalo and Nelly. However, none of them were elected, so the vote was none of the above. For General Assembly Administrator, also with 100%, we have Axel from ESN Switzerland. And now for the IB, the most important one, who will be leading our network for the next year. Who do you elect as the president? Simone from ESN Italy. Who do you elect as the VP for governance? Kaya from ESN Poland. Who do you elect as the Vice President for Development? Anya. Again, she had 100%, which is incredible, so complete support from the network. Who do you elect as the Treasurer? We have Rui from ESN Portugal, who is now for his 2nd mandate. Unfortunately, for Communication Manager, there was 1 candidate, but she was not elected, so this position will be again open for elections in the upcoming Extraordinary General Assembly. And then lastly, for Web Projects Administrator, we will have Marco from ESN Italy.
Bingo.
And that's all. I'm open to all the questions that you have.
Thank you so much. Was there something to resolve, or you can take your questions to Fred?
Ask me something. Please, anything. Linda's looking at you.
I was actually on my phone. Give me a second.
Anyone say?
All of us all are grateful and ego.
They're trusted.
Linda, yes, and Riga, are there any non-possible candidates for communication manager of ESN International?
So, as far as I'm aware, maybe the other board members or other people here maybe can comment. There is no other possible candidates at the moment. There is some discussion whether MSCA will decide to re-candidate, but again, there's no confirmation of this. We will just have to wait and see. The application deadline for all of the statutory bodies that were not filled, and also the communication manager, is till the 24th of June. So we will know by next month.
Thank you. Before I go to the next question, I'd like to ask if there's anyone else that has a question. Then I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? No objections. Speakers list will be closed after we have some questions. Now you there.
Okay, guys, okay, so I know some knows bring a lot of their section numbers, so they try to get them involved. Do you think for ESN Latvia it's relevant to bring section numbers to the GA?
I will comment before Paula starts to comment. In my opinion, section members should not be at the GA regardless of the country that they are coming from. This event is not for them, it is for the national organizations, as we are the ones who are elected to represent our NOs. However, in certain circumstances, such as Paula and also me last year, you can send section members, but only, I would feel, if it is a topic that they know inside out, or you know they're going to join to the international structures or to the national board. I think it's a very, very certain case when you should send a section, but generally, I would not approve sections generally for this event. It's not for them.
My first international event that I attended was I was an active member. I wasn't even a local. I never was a local board. I wasn't even a local board member. I was an active member because Anna, the previous president, she saw the potential that I'm going to go as a national representative, which I did for 2 years. In that case, not for the autumn, but for the spring month, if you have 3 spots left, and you know that there's somebody from the section strong enough that's going to also go to the national board, it's more in the smaller MO situation as well, then I would say it is suggested that as a guest spot, maybe not as a national delegate, but as a guest spot.
I will quickly ask this. I think, in the case of Paula, I also would approve for GA Sofia, but it was very clear I was going to go for president. However, I did take my spot at the end due to my personal circumstances, because I had to work on the farm. I think if you're going to give something to the local sections, you really need to know that they're going to get elected, that they are the right candidate. Also, I would give priority if the circumstances are in those places that you're giving it to somebody who is transitioning to the national board, if it is relevant to them. But sections, sections, it's not great.
It's so boring for them. Let's be honest.
No, it's not boring. It's just
for them.
And then you have to have a very big level of understanding of what is going on in the GA.
In Austria, just bringing experience. So when I was elected for national representative role in Austria, it was the same. I also got a spot given by the national board at that point to attend the GA in Sofia, which helped for my mandate itself. So it was already clear beforehand that I went for national level.
It's very, very specific and exceptional basis. It should not be just because, let's say, Megan applied. Just so you're just the first person I see.
Thank you so much. Last question.
Lisa, yes, and how long were the sessions during the day? I need the number.
So we were, usually the sessions are happening from, let's say, 9, 10 a.m., depending on the day, and they're finishing even until 7, 8, depending on how long the discussions are going. They are long, they are intense, and you need to pay attention because there is a perception that is not important. Like, it's GA for me, same as National Assemblies, is my favorite event, so for me, I love going to it, but it's really not for everybody, and if you're just going to go there to, celebrate or meet people, have fun, that's not the event for you. That event, you need to be attention focused and knowing what is about to happen, because you are the decision makers for the GA. You will, you do get called out, and it's very strict kind of event.
Comment.
Doing this in Austria, in average, it's 10 hours per day.
But it starts 10 hours, but always the sessions get extended because we can never close the speakers with some time.
Comment, no workshops.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, so comment about the on the fun part, let's say. So basically, even the social part of the GAs, it's not like EGM kind of whatever already style. It's really chill, and everyone really actually goes to sleep early. So it's like actually more official meeting when everyone tries to be on time, everyone tries to be there. It's a very small circle of people, everyone knows everyone, and it's all about your annual presentation and caring about it and sharing your impact. So yeah, that's it.
And another comment on that, even if the official part is over, your work is not done.
Yeah.
And you will end up having discussions with other nodes about
Often, for example, after the day that we had the candidate presentations for the IB, I think stayed around for like an hour, hour and a half, just discussing what we are going to vote. Not that we were trying to convince each other how to vote, but discussing what we're even going to do about the candidates. There's really a lot more that goes into the GA that I think is very different from the NA, but yeah.
after the 10 hours of class.
Yeah, and it's like for if anybody ever does get the opportunity to attend the GA, I would highly recommend it. It's a very specific kind of dynamic that you will not experience at any other event.
Thank you so much. That was the last question. Thank you, and now we'll proceed to the next point of the agenda. And the next point of the agenda is the voting round, the last moment. So we will have two rounds of voting. One subject voting, where you would do as you would for the vote, check I call you out, you say yes, no, abstain. And then we will have a secret vote, which we will use the specific platform designed by Georgi. He will give us a little explanation later, but for now, let's do the council. Can you please have my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And our office coordinators, please come forward to the final names that were Okay, so we have quorum check number 6. Can I have a question, please? Okay, so the question is, do you agree with the results of the revision? Yes, no. ESN Latvia. Yes.
What?
ESN Latvia. ESN Latvia. No, so no. ESN Latvia. No. Okay, amazing. The quorum is met. Now we'll go to the first round of voting. Are you ready? Yes. The first thing we will vote on is the events policy paper proposed by the National Board. So the question is, do you approve the events policy paper proposed by the National Board? The options are yes, no, abstain. Yes, Riga. Yes. Yes, Riga. Yes. Okay. Yes, Nyalgava.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, yes, Bandera.
Yes.
Thank you so much. The events policy paper is approved. The next point of voting is, do you approve the session conservation guidelines proposed by the National Board? Options are yes, no, or abstain. Yes.
After the voting is done, should the supervisor actually reaffirm the
Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, yeah, we can come back.
Yes, the event policy paper was approved.
Thank you for the notice. Yes, so the section conservation guidelines proposed by the National Board. Yes. ESN Latvia.
Yes.
ESN Latvia.
Yes. The next question is, do you approve the guidelines for the police
selection and international representation proposed by the national board. The options are yes, no, abstain. ESN Liga. Yes. ESN Latvia. Yes. ESN Latvia. Yes.
Approve.
Thank you. Next question here. Do you approve the financial report for the period of 2024? The options are yes, no, abstain. Yes, and no. Yes. Yes, and Latvia. Yes. Yes, and Latvia. Yes. Approve. Next question is, do you approve the budget guidelines for the local section financial support proposed by the national board? The options are yes, no, abstain. Yes, and no. Yes. Yes, and Latvia. Yes. Yes, and Latvia. Yes. And the last question of the public voting would be, do you approve the ESN Latvia reimbursement guidelines proposed by the national board? The options are yes, no, or abstain. Yes, and no. Yes. Yes, and Latvia. Yes. Yes, and Latvia. Yes. Congratulations, you
Let's wait for next NB.
I will just ask you to stay here for now. We'll need you. I would also like you to the front to briefly introduce the system that we'll be using, just so you are familiar with what will be happening next.
Yep. So, hi again, everyone. Just me as a owner of the product and developer as well. Just we joint team decided to introduce the system a bit verbally so far, because we need to make it more transparent and more trustworthy process in general. So, how it works? Voters don't have their own identificational materials during the voting process or any other process of the voting. So they will use one-time tokens, which is generated random mathematical principles. So they won't be able to manipulate or do anything illegal during the voting process. So like they will be provided by the one-time calculated by sharing team. They are so far responsible for providing and managing the whole system. And also the later organizers will check the system record, and if there will be any kind of issues or whatever it could be, they will see that one. And also they will approve final report by their verbal approval. So if you have any questions, if you have any concerns, don't hesitate to ask it in any time during the process or after or before webinar as well.
I have a comment. I've been the rabbit to test it on, and I can say that it's very easy to use.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I will invite the scrutinizers to come check the question that will be introduced. Is it serial first or first? We know.
You get to the score.
So now the load holders will receive the tokens to their emails, and then we will send out the information to the WhatsApp. You can log in the platform using that information, and then with the token you can log in the local stuff. Yes.
And it will receive the tokens, correct?
Yes, to the same email you receive.
Do we have some ideas and stories to say while we're voting?
No, just have
So I have.
7 years are very excited.
Yes. So we will tell you some short updates, what we're up to. In the previous NA, we presented the idea that we want to do this and some feedback and support. Now we're here, the good news that the good part of the job is already done with the application and so on. So there's good updates. So yeah, so you can see the screenshot from the email from Anya. It took longer than expected to get this feedback from her, but nevertheless, we're still here and I'm very proud. So, can you go to the next slide? Okay, organizing committee. As you might know, I'm the main chair, not the chair, Mayor LC. In the user advice. Thank you so much for your support. Yes, this is our lot of pictures class. And we have an amazing team with us. We'll see next slide. So we opened the application round already now before we submitted the application, so we can work it together properly. Can you do this?
Yes.
Okay, some of the faces you're truly recognize. Yes, these are all the coordinators. Some of the girls coordinator, Georgie as a social purpose coordinator, Ellen as a manager, then the volunteers coordinator, Paul as a clinical advisor. And we still have even more teams of people. Yes, yeah, logistics is very important right now, working hard. Now and we'll carry on. Anita, big help, logistics team coordinator, I'm with the logistics also, and Alex. So that we're splitting the tasks. This is very important focus right now, as you will see. So, you can do the next one. Yes, right now we have one person left in the communication team. There were some adjustments made, but of course this is not maybe enough. One person in the team, so keep your eyes open for all the content. Yes. So yeah, since November we have regular calls, so we can do some good quality application to submit to the executive board and be proud, and we did. I'm really proud of the work we did. We also got no questions from our region about the application. We took it as a good sign that it was very clear, that everything was presented there in a good manner. As well, the opinion poll was very like some mix of the 100%, just from I know didn't express opinion. Yes, so far the experience has been very positive with the work, and
Also something to add, the reason we got the feedback so late is because other NOs had to make corrections to their applications, and one thing that we should be proud of is Latvia had no corrections to make, so our application was accepted from the start.
yeah, that's very good. Yes. So, what's coming next? As I mentioned, we will be also opening some positions to make our team even more stronger. We will be looking for market manager and communication to for sure, and potentially some other ones as well to join some teams. So keep your eyes open for that one. I can already mention that we are talking and actively considering opening the positions in the next region, not only ESN Latvia.
But with that, we are opening it to the NAC region, but we are still giving the priority to members of ESN Latvia, as above all, we want our members to have the experience in the OC. Just if there is, again, no applications, we do need to fill these positions, and we want to find other people.
It's quite important ones to fill. So of course, the priority is Latvia, that we're gonna open also then not fill. So you can already expect the gospel and encourage people to join our team.
And of course, later down the line, there will be for safety team and also some volunteers. So just because you're not applying for a coordinator or a team member doesn't mean it's your only opportunity to get involved. There will be more open roles later down the line.
Yeah, and this is also for the next local boards, like good note that you can already keep a security in head when the call for the volunteers and safety team open. This is a very good opportunity for you to get experience for local volunteers and in an affordable way, because usually this event is the more not everybody can afford it to get a spot, so as a volunteer you can go and get this experience as well. So just keep this opportunity in mind as well. So yeah, we are continuing on work. Now it's a big part of logistics. We're securing venues. It's going so far so good. What's the next slide talk about that? Yes. So right now we have booked accommodation. We're in talks with TSI. They're really forthcoming and interested in supporting us. So we're going to finalize some details how much exactly they can support us. Yes, and dates are confirmed to be 9 to 12 of October. So this is our April based international. So these are the dates. They might remember them and maybe don't plan big events at that weekend so you can join us. Yes.
Even if not as a volunteer, join us as a participant. We want everybody from Latvia there, and we get more spots as a hosting organization.
I have a comment before the question.
Go ahead.
Linda, ESN Riga, regarding the venue. Also, I've talked to Riseba, and in case it doesn't work out with PSI, I can reach out to Riseba regarding this event, and they said that there would be possibilities. It's just that I talked already with Anita, but as I understood, PSI is more convenient location-wise.
It's because we were considering Dodo as the hotel. So.
Yeah, thank you so much, by the way, also for this Enrica for supporting the contacts and we have good previous cooperations that we could also use as assets of this big company.
If it wasn't for the NA, we would not be running
Yes,
PSI.
so
It's really
like
thanks
right
to you
now
guys.
it's looking like a large NA Liga, which is like a compliment to you because it was very well organized and logistic wise. So yes, this is what we are currently looking at. Of course, there might be some changes, but that is looking at it for now. Yes, that's it for the presentation. Did you ask me something? No.
Okay, yeah. I can, Linda, ESN Riga. So yeah, my question is, how was the initial OC selected, both you two and the rest of the team? As I remember, we got to know about the team members that are existing at previous NA. So how was the selection process?
So I can answer this, and it will be a broad explanation. So first thing is to know that this project to do NEP is not a project of ESN Latvia, it's a project of me and Justina. Me and Justina came together and we were like, we want to do the international event, let's make it happen. Therefore, we appointed ourselves as main advice because we were the ones who initiated it. Initially, it was the talk, do we do NEP, do we do GA? And it was, if it's NEP, it's Justina's main OC, if it's GA, it's me as main OC. But then we figured that NEP was the one that was most needed and wanted for our network. How the OC was selected, it was a mix of us reaching out to people directly and also open call to fill the rest of the positions. And I know there was a bit of controversy in how we selected the candidates, but at the end of the day, as us the OC, we had the right to decide how we wanted to do it. I know there was a bit of like a hurt when we promoted it more, that there would be more open positions than there was in the end. However, it is also to note almost everybody, like a big part of the OC did have to apply. So including almost the entirety of the national board had to apply to be part of the OC. The people we reached out to them directly is because we thought that there was a specific talent or skill that we thought that they would bring to the team. For example, Anita was one of the people we reached out to directly. However, we had people such as Paula from the advisory team who had to apply, Vinny had to apply. It was really a mixed bag. But when we promoted it first to the national organization, we had less positions filled than after the national assembly. Therefore, that's why there was not so many opened. However, now the next round will be completely, all of the remaining positions will be completely application based, not through open call. Not through reaching out directly. And yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone else typing the question? I propose to close the speakers list after Matthew's comment. Any objections? No objections, the speakers list is closed. Now next question from Linda.
Yeah, so Linda, ESN Riga. I think I can combine just both of those two because it's the same question. So will this? I know that you covered it for the organizing positions, but basically, yeah, for OC, for volunteer and safety, will there be an open call to other NOs?
Yes, as Justina already mentioned, there will be open call to other NOs. We're taking an example from ESN Thailand. If there's positions we cannot fill, why not give the opportunity to the rest of our network? Also, it was a discussion when we started with our partners Europeers. They have a lot of youth volunteers and they would be very happy to give it to us. This was also mentioned in our application. So if ESN Latvia cannot support the volunteers, we have the connections and we will get the volunteers that we need. Maybe you have something to add.
I have a bit of is it so? It's going to be first to Latvia?
Yes.
And then also for safety and volunteer.
Always, I mean,
volunteers, I think, will be mostly ESN Latvia, not all sorts of other NOs. For the organizing team, you belong to that, we can discuss.
But generally, we aim to give the opportunity to ESN Latvia above all. However, again, if nobody applies to the positions, now it's the second time we're doing the open call. We are more than happy to take people from that to one.
Thank you so much. Last question to
But I wanted to appreciate appreciation to your work because we starting in meetings, you showed interest in applying way before that when call was even open, and you already had a very good plan way before open call started. So far it was amazing work, and I think you will do well.
Any further questions? Thank you so much. With this, we wrap up this session, and the next will be the presentation. And the next will be the presentation from the National Youth Council of Latvia, presented by the floor first.
Okay, hi everybody, my name is Esther, I'm the Vice President of the National Youth Council of Latvia, so I'm here to tell you all about us. This is my first National Assembly of ESN, so this is interesting to hear. But yeah, so the short and the informal version of what we are is the Latvia's largest youth energy network, but moving on a bit more formally, we are an association that voluntarily unites different organizations whose statutes or regulations specify that work with youth is a priority, or also that these organizations work towards creating a better environment for youth in Latvia. And our target group and our member organization's target group is youth under 30. And here you can see some statistics. So we currently have 55 member organizations. They are very different. Some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger, and their priorities also vary. But makes our job so interesting because we have to kind of figure out how to help and find the united approach to working with all of them. And then we also have 32 years of experience. Previously still, but alright. Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, we have 32 years of experience. We are one of the oldest youth organizations in Latvia, and we also currently have more than 10,000 volunteers if we combine our member associations together. And there's the very important question of why the National Youth Council of Latvia, because a lot of people kind of have the question of why do we even exist and what is the point if all organizations can kind of function on their own. So here will be a few of the main points. So the first one being expertise and experience. As I already mentioned, we have more than 30 years of experience in the youth sector, which means that we have seen a lot, we have been through a lot. I mean, I say we have been through a lot. I'm quite a lot younger than the organization itself, but you know, we have quite a lot of history, and we have had a lot of time to figure out what works, what doesn't, and we're still trying to do that today. And yeah, we also bring together more than 50 youth organizations, which means that we can also do a great job of advocacy, because we have a lot of different organizations, as I already mentioned, and we are kind of the leading voice of youth in different structures. Then there's also development of youth policies and politics. So we are a very important cooperation partner with different ministries and municipalities in the development of youth politics. So for example, municipalities in Latvia have to create youth strategies for certain periods of time, and oftentimes they come to us to ask for help on how to do that, because municipalities have a lot of things to cover, and youth politics usually are not really their priority, so they don't have many specialists that can actually work in these strategies, so they come to us for help. And that is a really important step for us to take basically every year, because it is our goal to strengthen youth politics not only in Riga or in bigger cities, but especially in different municipalities that are further from these big cities, or especially in the Latgale region, because it's been known that we have the lowest rates of activity, so we try our best to kind of make these people active as well. And we are a representative of the interest of youth organizations, because, you know, some organizations are smaller, or they don't have the resources, the capacity, or the knowledge to represent themselves on a higher level, for example, going to talk into ministries and doing such things. So we have a whole team dedicated to this,
So if there are any problems in the youth sector in Latvia, then we are the ones who collect opinions and facts and statistics and data, and then we go on to present these to higher institutions. Then also some of our leading initiatives, we had the leading role of implementing and coordinating the European Youth Year in Latvia. That was a few years ago, as you might remember, and that was a really crazy experience of which I was not a part of, but I've heard stories, and that was a really huge thing to do, and that also was like an umbrella for other of our bigger initiatives, which was, for example, the media campaign Tapas ar jauniešu enerģiju, which means created with youth energy, because we really took on the role to promote things that youth is doing in Latvia and to kind of amplify the impact that youth work has, because it's in the active kind of field of our society, you know that it's normal to participate, to do volunteering and whatever, but for others it doesn't really seem as something worthy, it's not interesting to them, and they understand what youth can actually accomplish when they come together, so we created this campaign. Then we also were the initiators of the youth festival Kopums, or translated the English and like together, being together, and that was one of the biggest youth events that has ever been held in Latvia, and it was really successful and really interesting. I think there were more than 10,000 youngsters who attended the event. It was held for 2 days in Jurmo, and yeah, that was something really crazy to experience even as a participant. So yeah, and Kopums is still ongoing. It happens every year. This year it's happening in Liepāja, so if some of you happen to be here in August, I think it was 16th and 17th, then feel free to go there. It's going to be really crazy because Liepāja is a really strong municipality and they do a lot of big and high quality events. So yeah, if you're free and if you happen to be here in Liepāja, please go there. And then another one of our initiatives is regional embassies. We currently have 4 of them, so we're trying to cover like as many areas as possible in Latvia. So we have these regional embassies that we coordinate, and they take on the role of creating activities in their regions. Then we are also a platform for direct representation, and we provide support and cooperation for partnership and strategies, whether it's with our organizations, whether it's with schools, everything that has to do with youth, we try to support them. And then we are also kind of a guarantee of the security of different youth organizations in Latvia, and we try to do our best to make sure that these organizations keep on existing and that they are thriving. And yeah, here is an overview. I'm not going to name all of these things, but you can kind of read over them about the representation that we have. So as I already mentioned, there are 4 regional embassies here in Latvia. We have one in Sigulda, in Daugavpils, in Liepāja, and in Bauska. Then in Latvia, we are a part of many different committees and boards and councils where we go quite often to talk about the youth perspective and different things, and it's really interesting because you meet quite a lot of high-end specialists on these topics, and sometimes you feel like you don't know anything you're talking about, but the youth factor is really important, so we do our best to represent them. And then also in the EU level, we have representatives at the European Youth Forum and the representative at the European Economic and Social Committee. And then internationally as well, we have the UN Youth Delegates from the UN Youth Delegate Program. That is not coordinated by us, it's coordinated by our wonderful member organization, Club the House Youth for a United Europe. And yeah, they coordinate the program, so we are also represented internationally. So yeah, here's a short overview of our vision and goals. So the vision is obviously to become the leading voice of young people in Latvia on many different levels, and our 4 main goals are to represent the interests of our member organizations, to develop the youth field, strengthening the capacity of member NGOs, to also inform the public about youth policy and promote the understanding of the impact that youth has on the decision-making processes, and also promoting the civic participation of young people by strengthening the democratic environment in Latvia. And here are some of our current initiatives that might also interest you. So the first one is regarding the ages of youth and also vote 16. So we are currently kind of lobbying the idea of implementing vote 16 in Latvia, which means lowering the voting age from 18 to 16 in municipality elections. And currently we are working on a project that is like a mock election project called Signal Elections or Signal Elections. We are taking on the experience of Nordic countries to try and create this simulation of the municipality elections that are happening this June. And the project is almost coming to an end. The youth will be able to participate in an online voting, so they will be actually able to vote for real parties and real people. So we will see at the end how the election results would change if youth from 16 were allowed to participate. So we will definitely keep everybody updated on that, so keep an eye out for this project. And then also another thing that is happening, we are trying to convince the government to raise the age of youth from 25 to 30. That has been, I'm going to see happy hands, because that is a really kind of painful question in Latvia currently, because the age of youth, which is set now, which is 13 to 25, is not actually based in any real data or whatsoever. It was just kind of created when the law of youth was made, so we don't really have a reason to have this age. But speaking to our member organizations, we realized that 30 might actually be a more inclusive age, like just seeing how youth live now when they move out of their parents' homes, when they actually study, when they become independent, etc. So yeah, this is something we're working on. It's not going to be easy, it's going to be a long process, but again, we will keep you updated on that. Then, of course, a huge thing is supporting our member organizations, whether that's financial support for their initiatives or just like sharing information about their events and relevant projects. We try to do our best, so we have created quite a nice partnership with ESN recently, and that brings me a lot of joy because for those who know the National Youth Council know that there have been quite a lot of ups and downs in the past years, and our reputation has taken a hit. Thanks to some people, but we are trying our best to kind of bring it back up, so it's really nice to actually coordinate with our member organizations and provide them help and also see you here in person. And then the last one obviously has been going on for 32 years and will keep going for a lot more, I'm sure, is providing opportunities for youth. So we are developing a strong volunteer network this year that is kind of one of the main priorities to just create a sustainable youth participation mechanism, because we have volunteers, but they're kind of on and off, and we can't really predict when they are going to be active, when they're not going to be, so we're trying to create a strong strategy for that. Then we are also taking on interns in different fields to help them gain experience and knowledge, and I think that's a really big point, because we take on international students, we take on local students, so if anybody's interested, just hit me up and I will help you, because we're really interested in just having like extra hands in our team, and we also know how meaningful this experience can be, so we try our best to provide these opportunities. And then of course the main thing of every youth organization, I think, is just writing new projects to provide diverse opportunities and help youth be included in them. So yeah, thank you for listening to this presentation. Here you can see a lot of ways to if you have any questions, any debates, feel free to do so.
Yes, we have actually some questions on the slide that is screen on it. And before we start, is there anyone else typing a question? Okay. Then we start with the question from Paula.
Yes, Paula, first of all, small appreciation from my side. It was very easy to work with you during this campaign, because we know each other before you joined the LVN and before you joined ESN. So I'm also very happy to see how the National Youth Council is growing, following the previous shenanigans that were happening there. But my question is that we already discussed a little bit on the couch, but for a wider audience, let's say that, and also in English. How do you see LVN collaborating with ESN Latvia for upcoming international events that we have Northern European platform in the region?
Well, as I already mentioned, it sounds really interesting, and I am a huge supporter of what I do. I think it's really important and meaningful. So whenever you have more information and ideas of how to work together, again, just send me an email, send me a message, and I think we will figure something out. We of course have to look at our resources and what we are capable of in the current period, but we are open to partnership at all times.
So much. I will ask one more time if there are second question. I propose to close the speakers list after this question. Are there any objections? No objections, the speakers list will be closed after this last question. Next question will go to Paula, as Paula is in Latvia. Okay, we know how Latvia is collaborating with ESN Latvia, but again, for a wider audience, can you elaborate more on how Latvia is collaborating with ESN Latvia and how do you see this cooperation developing in the future?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure of what happened previously in the past year, but this year it has been quite nice because you asked me to kind of help with the generational meeting. Yeah. So we had a meeting and we tried to figure out like a strategy on how we can help because, you know, we are also just an NGO trying to figure out finances and everything else, and we don't have anything more than the average organization. So we tried to find some ways to help with funding and stuff, and it was like a really small thing, but it ended up being really nice and meaningful. We just created the stickers that you might have seen on the table with the little cat. So yeah, we just provided like a small amount of financial support, created some materials, and I think it was a really nice beginning for the future partnership because I think we have like quite a stable connection now. We know that we can trust each other, we can cooperate. And I think that's the reason why we can be successful even later on. Also, there's a thing in the National Youth Council of Latvia that you can be a member in kind of two ways. You can be a full member and then you can be an associate member. ESN Latvia is currently an associate member, so if you want to become like a full member, please do so. You have the opportunity in November to become a full member, and then you will also have the opportunity to vote in our assemblies and actually like have a bigger say in what we do and what is happening in the future. So if you're interested in this partnership, then I think that would also be a really nice step to take. We'll just see how it goes.
Thank you. Next question will go to Linda.
Linda, yes, and can you mentioned that you have 55 members, so can you just give some examples of what are those organizations?
Yes. So, well, first of all, ESN Latvia. But then also we have an organization, Club the House Youth for United Europe. They're one of the currently largest and strongest organizations, and they have like 5 different platforms under them. So, for example, there's the UN Youth Delegate Program that I already mentioned. There's Jeff Latvia, which is a part of Jeff Europe, which is also an international network. Then there's, for example, BCCS pays for all opportunities for those speaking English, and they are like a social enterprise. Actually, they create also opportunities for youth and promote them, and they are really active in the youth employment right now. They are trying their best to create platforms for youth to find jobs and other like internships and different opportunities. Then we have Scout and Guides in Moscow, which are like really huge organizations that also include children. I've never really understood what they do, but they are huge organizations and they have a lot of impact, especially on younger kids, which is really nice because they get active from a young age, which means that these organizations who take on youth are maybe like 13, 15 years or so, that when this age comes, they already know how to be active and what to do and how to take part in activities. Also U+, for example, I already mentioned Liepaja as being a really active municipality, and they're kind of the leading organization there. They do a great job at creating like methodical materials. Yes,
For the teachers,
like non-formal education materials and stuff, and they provide that to other municipalities, to schools and stuff. So a lot of organizations that are doing a great job. Obviously, there are smaller ones which are less active and less seen and maybe kind of like non-active right now, but they still exist, so they are still our members, we can take care of them.
Thank you. Next question goes to Linda.
Linda, yes, and how do you become a member?
Well, you have to fill out basically application forms, you have to send them over to the board, you inform them about what you are doing, what are your goals, and kind of like a lot of data, you know, the standard procedure, and then we as the board, we decide whether you could become a member, if you
you fill out all the criteria.
Yes, if you fill out all the criteria, then we decide to move it on forward to the National Assembly, which happens 2 times a year, in March and November. And then you have to find the better time slot. And then in November, for example, this year, if somebody wanted to become a member, they hand in the documents, we evaluate them, and then our other member organizations vote for you whether to take you on or not. And yeah, if it's a positive decision, then you become an associated member. But then after a year of being an associated member, you will become a full member. So it's a process.
Thank you. And next question to Linda Henriga. Yes, I wanted to give an appreciation about all the help, so bringing the stickers and the time given for my presentation about the Destination of the Year initiative. Also, thank you, of course, to Paula because she arranged this meeting and I just came to present. But it worked very well, and also we a huge appreciation for the stickers internationally, and we were also named one of the best sticker makers and the best sticker table. So thank you all. Thank you. And the last question to
Jacob, yes, Master. I'm listening here the National Assembly of Latvia, and we got a question. Do you have any projects or collaborations with other countries, like the organizations where you share best practices or resources and stuff like that?
We do. We have quite a lot of projects actually now. For example, one of them that has just started recently is Youth Research Hub, which is a project about basing in actual statistics and real data. So a lot of research happening there, and we have partners from different countries like Slovakia, Lithuania, Estonia. We actually have a project with Uganda right now, which is really interesting because that's not really like a popular country to work with here in Latvia. So we're really excited about that. And yeah, we write quite a lot of international projects because the Erasmus program is to that. So yeah, we take on these opportunities quite often.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you the speakers for your insights. That is all, and there are no remarks. Thank you for. And the next point on the agenda will be the presentation from the National Agency EIA, presented by Monica.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Monica, and I'm representing National Agency for Erasmus Plus, especially for education, training, and support. Today, I will tell you a bit more about, not about the program as such, but about the priorities, because priorities are really important not only for the projects when you write them and when you implement them, but at the same time, it also shows how sustainable your organization is. So, therefore, I will just give you some tips and tricks, and then I will also show you some opportunities where to participate.
No, we don't have it.
you said to him.
Okay, so I'm totally, I think, aware that you already know all 4 priorities of the program, right? Okay, so it's inclusion and diversity, digital transitional digital transformation, how people call it, then environment and the fight against the climate change, and also participation in democratic processes of life, as we say. So, just a quick question. Which one is most, let's say, understandable for you and also most, let's say, the one which you use most in your daily life?
Inclusion and diversity.
Environment.
Digital transition.
Okay, good. Okay, just a quick question. How do you do it?
How do they do it?
Yes.
For example, they become the elections,
Okay.
which was developed by me, this election system, fully digital, without any papers, without any waste. And
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Okay, and about the inclusion and diversity?
I think it's very simple because we're all from ESN here, and it's already an inclusive and diverse space. So there's nothing much more to comment.
Okay, and what about those 2 other ones? Any ideas? Yes?
Yes, the environment as a sustainability green in this network. Of course, we try to implement more environmentally friendly causes because one of the ESN causes is also about environmental sustainability. So for example, some of the sections try to minimize waste. Also here we are in an energy efficient building. When we go out, we turn off the light, like those simple things, but that matters to the environment as well.
Yes, exactly, thank you. Yes, yes, so in fact, all of these priorities are just around us. Usually it's just common to use them in our daily life because it's, in fact, it's just natural to have them as a part of our life. Yes, so here you can see why do we need them. And it's not only about the program, but it's also about the society, about our community, about our family, because I assume that the ESN is a one big family, and also about our personal families. Exactly. So, but taking all into account, the main thing is to create more inclusive, cohesive, green, and also digitally literate society. So, in fact, this is what also the program is about. Yes, here you can see that I want to talk a bit about that. Of course, project can be about inclusion and diversity thematically, more or less it's understandable, right? But in fact, what is really important is that it also integrates all these aspects into the project. For instance, it's before when you write, during the project, and also after the evaluation, after the project still lives. So it means you disseminate the results and stuff like this, so it still lives. And also, very, very, very important thing is that, for instance, when you select the participants for, it doesn't matter either the project activities or your regular activities, how you select the participants. How do you do it? Have you ever thought about that? Or you just take the ones who apply?
I mean, we were just talking about that we're hosting ESN Latvia. For part of the decision, it was through open call through whoever applies, and we evaluate based on their skills and their competences from there. However, when picking also people for some projects, we're also looking at the skills, like some of them we reach out directly because we know that they will have skills that would best be developed, but also be provided for the project itself.
And that's for organizers, for participants, would be one guaranteed spot per organization. And then
yeah, that's agree, totally agree. That's a bit different motivation, but in fact, when we select the participants for the project, just keep in mind that all the selection, all the procedures has to be clear. It has to be open for everyone, and at the same time, you should not discriminate people. For instance, if they are, they can't travel from such a long way from somewhere or whatever. So you have to do it in a really, let's say, literate manner. So that means, as I said, giving a space and opportunity for everyone, and at the same time, of course, you have to measure whether this activity is connected, let's say, with some special professional feature, like, I don't know, digital things or maybe some other. But at the same time, if the activity is not meant for some special person, for some special profile, you have to give space and opportunity for everyone. And not to measure, I think also the next slide, just to balance all the criteria and not to, how we say in Latvian, do not evaluate a person only on their either academical skills or academical performance, or if they come, for instance, from school, if they are volunteers. I don't know, I'm just making an example. Then, according to their, let's say, I know that in some schools we've had this, how good are you in the class? Let's say there is a bad it's like an attitude and behavior, then it's like you are okay, you are good, or you have an excellent attitude and behavior at school. So please just keep in mind this is also not a criteria that you have to take into account, because sometimes, people just, they are good, sometimes they become good bad at school, but at the same time, we have to give them opportunity. So the next, please. Yeah, so here's also some recommendations, so you can select criteria. And one really
aspect that matters. If you announce something, for instance, become a volunteer, become a participant in a project, become a participant in a training course or whatever, always keep in mind that you have to not only, let's say, send it, let's say, a WhatsApp group or whatever, but put it publicly somewhere. It could be your Facebook website, it could be your page, it could be some kind of like an intranet. I'm not sure if you have one, but yeah, intranet? No, okay, so just put the call publicly. As soon as you do it, it becomes more transparent how you select participants. So therefore, just keep in mind, as much as you do it more publicly, more inclusively, this is also an extra point. Will most probably also be in your evaluation of the project or the final report or whatever. So just try to be as much as you can transparent, inclusive, diverse, and just be clear for everyone. Yeah. Okay, so this is a Salto Resource Center. It works for inclusion. So here you can check different things, different guidelines how to do things. It doesn't matter. Projects, daily life, some agendas, also different things. So report policy documents, tools and strategies. By the way, if you will write a project and hand it in for ERTA, that is not decentralized, let's say for us as the national agency, but somewhere in Europe, in different project agencies, keep in mind that here you can just get the main documents, everything on one spot. And this is a good thing that you can repair where all these documents can be found. Next, please. The next is environmental, or as we say, green priority. More or less, I think it's clear. Just wanted to tell you that about the practical things already. Paul said a lot of things, but at the same time, for instance, if you organize an event, one day could be a day without meat. Seasonal vegetables, seasonal fruits, and this is also a part of green lifestyle in your organization or project, and that really matters also if you apply, for instance, for the project. This really also matters for evaluators, because as soon as you show your commitment to be green, to be sustainable, that gets extra point. And so green catering services, there is no plastic bottles. It's not because you have it, but no, that's fine. I mean for catering, not for you. That's your personal use, that's your personal attitude. But I mean for the catering, if you can, that's just awesome. Another thing is also, you know already also most probably green traveling, right? Use as much as you can, for instance, bus and public transportation or bicycle. But at the same time, there could be, for instance, I think it's also next, there could be also a day, let's go to work with bicycles. That's also your, as an organization, commitment to become more greener, or some different other activities in your daily life. Of course, there are different things of green spaces, green lectures, green classrooms, green workshops, and stuff like this. Or for instance, one day you just realize that, for instance, today let's do our meeting outside in a park. You will not use electricity. You will not use maybe public transport, so you become even more greener because you just meet somewhere in a park and do your meeting, evaluation meeting, regular meeting, or whatever. So it's also just a park. Water saving as well, but I just remember that in Ancona they distributed 3,500 liters water for people. It was like, wow, amazing. So this is also like water saving, but this is more about water saving in the organization. It's not like don't drink water. It's more like you just have to think and rethink what you do. And very important, eco-friendly everything, stationery, utilities, and reduce plastic use as much as you can. And this is also when you write it in your project application that you already work on it and you do it. So get extra plus for that. Okay. So, next please. So this is the Green Center. Again, in this website, you will also get this presentation, right? Yeah. So you will have all the websites there. So in this Salto Resource Center, you will find everything connected with green priority. Again, documents, reports, policies. So if you are creating a project and writing a project connecting the green activities, green topic as such, so this will be a place where to look for the documents, so you don't have to, of course, you can use Mother Google, but this is a really nice place where you have most of European documents and policies in one place. Next, please. Okay, the next one is digital. Transformation or digital transition, doesn't matter. Again, thematically more or less we understand what it is, but what about the practical things? For instance, virtual, blended learning. It could be also some if you, it's about also sending an emails, let's say just thank you. Can you imagine how much carbon footprint you leave when you send just thank you? I know that I sometimes just don't do it. I don't, if it just thank you, I try to reply already in the email previously. Like, could you please send me something like this? So thank you in advance. So I am not sending thank you again afterwards. So that's also how you reduce your carbon footprint and your digital waste, all of the things. So yes, this is really important. At the same time, digital is not only about using, let's say, WhatsApp group if it's a project, or Microsoft Teams for the project. Sorry, this is good, but this is not, let's say, how we say, a high level of digital transformation for the project, unless, of course, this problem is not something new in your daily routine, but just try to create a lot of habits that you can do instead of let's say, printed documents or whatever, try to do it online, try to share, because sometimes the sharing also, I know that, for one more thing, that if you have a document, don't write it, just afterwards you can raise a hand. So let's say you have a document, then there's version 1, version 2, version 5, final to print. So you can imagine how many, it's like that, right? Exactly. Sometimes I do the same, but usually when this activity ends, I just delete all the documents and all the versions that I will not longer need, because this is also about taking space. And when you take space on the virtual server, on a computer or whatever, you use, you create this digital CO2 or so carbon footprint. So please think whether you really need those 5 or 6 versions of the file. Maybe you can just leave the first one and then the last one. But in fact, if you do something, you either, for instance, you hand it in or do something. You will not need the previous and the very first version. No, most probably you will just need the last one. So think how many documents you create, how many documents you save, because that creates a carbon footprint as well. Okay, so this is the digital photo resource center. Again, all the documents are missing there, including there is this digital competence framework and everything, so everything you can find there. So if you run a project, just don't forget to come to this website. So just to make you wake up, can you imagine which of the images is created with artificial intelligence? So, okay, who said the first one? Okay, so the second one. Okay, the third one. Okay, the fourth one. Okay, and the last one? All of them know. No. Okay, so of course it is, no. Was this for sure? Because I created them. This one for sure, and it was this one, yeah. Because I made some, because for different presentations I have more of them, and I'm just changing them, I'm just, because sometimes there are people in the audience who already see me, so that's why I'm just a bit changing them, just to, because otherwise, people will just know. But yeah, number 2 and number 4. So, but of course, I can tell you honestly, pictures which I created like I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, they are even better than these ones. You cannot even understand. The only thing that sometimes you feel that there's, let's say, nail not in the right place or something like that. If you take visually everything right, no, you will not take that it's fake. Yeah. So, and the last one, but not the least one, participation. So I'm not sure how it's in your organization, but usually beneficiaries say that this is the most unclear, I would say, the priority. Why? Because they understand what it is, like you understand what it is, but it's quite hard to either recognize it in real life, because it's not just only about the voting and politics and democracy as such, and having your and saying your opportunity to say your voice, but it's also about, for instance, whether you collect recommendations for something, whether you ask colleagues or people in the project for evaluation. You're more or less all representing universities or high school, right? I mean, higher education. Okay. Okay, so question, who knows where is this special box where you can put your suggestion in your faculty? There isn't.
Hopefully online.
I'm just no, it's the thing is where you know where is it, or you know that there is not one. For instance, yes, you can, for instance, as you said, that you can put it, set your comments online. Okay. Just reminder, check it. Just whether it is somewhere in your faculty or in your university or it's not there. Just because usually this is an opportunity for you to say your voice. Of course, there is this parliament, the faculty parliament or the school or the university parliament, which works as such, yes. But the question is for the faculty, whether there is one, and what do they do? How they collect them, the answers. Do they react to those answers? Have you ever heard that something has been changed according to your? So this is also about the, not only about the participation as you, that you suggest something, but it's also from the organizational side, whether I, as an organization, listen to my, it doesn't matter yet, employees, students, participants, volunteers, whatever, it doesn't matter. How we say our voice and how we or our, well, let's say, universities or organizations, how we listen. So that's really, really important. And yes, so here we can go further. Again, Salto participation and information, a lot of things, webinars, again, all the documents, European Youth Strategy, proposals and everything, you can, again, all the documents in one place. And just now, they also released a really nice toolkit how to include all 4 priorities in the project. These are 4 that I was speaking about. And at the same time, they also, for instance, if you want to create a project regarding some EU values or democracy, they have just amazing toolkit. Maybe you have seen it. It's a blue, but you will find it. Maybe I will just send it after. So there is even how you collect answers, how you do it, how you ask questions, how you let people suggest activities. Because, for instance, have you ever seen this hard ladder of participation? No? Okay. That's a really nice thing to see. Why? Because then you can also ESN, I don't know, Latvia, Valmiera, Riga, or sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I remember one of my friends a long time ago was in ESN, but she said Valmiera, but okay, it was a long time ago. But so yes, just check on which ladder is the organization. That will be a homework. I will ask you afterwards how you done it. Just to be really curious, where are you in regards of the democratics and democratic participation? So yeah, thank you. Next, please. So I will not go into the details about the program as such, but I understood that you have applied and have not this year or the last year, but in general, participated in key action 2 projects, correct? Have you ever participated in key action 3 projects? These are more these political projects, as we say.
This key action 3 is mostly focused with ESN International as they're the main ones that do the policy development.
Okay, but in fact, you can also try to create and have it at smaller scale project. It doesn't need obviously to be pan-European, let's say. It could be also within the Baltics, within the countries of it. So it doesn't mean to be, you know, whole Europe or whole world, or you can also create smaller ones. And yes, the permanent action. So next, please. These are the ones which are organized centrally. You do not hand it in Latvia, but just to give you an overview, because also really nice project opportunities are for capacity building, for trainings, for your own, let's say, performance as the organization. So this is what you can do. Yes, the next, please. One really nice thing is just to understand what kind of events are happening. Here, you will be able to more or less participate online, but this is a good place where I usually say to localize the ideas for the project. This is a really nice thing because you can really get inspired. There are different things. So, okay, the upcoming is European Student Part webinar. I think everyone can apply there if you're interested in this. But and also you can find recordings here. So it's about different things and different topics. Another, your Erasmus Plus project platform. You know this, right? In fact, what I usually say, this is a really great opportunity also to localize, as I usually say, different ideas for your own events. Because sometimes here you can also get some partners for the future project. And at the same time, as I say, yes, I don't like to say steal ideas, but to localize some ideas that could really work, that would be really, really interesting. Yes, the next please. And here, you know the EU funding tender portal? Okay, this is a place where you can find all of the projects that you can, all of the programs that you can apply for. You just need to check the criteria and then the main purpose. But I checked it this morning or last evening. No, this was last evening. So I know that I checked, for instance, for innovations. It was around, I think, 300 tenders open now. So there is an opportunity if you would like to change something in your organization. Why not to try? So a lot of things. And another thing that I would like to promote, so this year in October we will have a special training, we call it the Training and Cooperation Activity. So 24 countries participate in this one, and it's going to be on digital participation and how we can strengthen EU values through the digital participation. So those ones who are representing Latvian organization for now can apply through the Latvian National Agency. I'm sorry. And then there could also we have some guests from other countries. So you can also check with your national agency from Estonia, as I understood. Yes, because they also have spots in this seminar. So this is an opportunity to come together and to understand how in the nearest, maybe also further future, digital participation can change and shape the EU values and how we act and how we behave. These are resources on priorities and everything just together. I will not go also, but by the way, you can also, this one I like, website part1. Just check how green is your website.
Website.
Oh, okay. You can try it afterwards or here on the board, just to check how green is the website. So, and what you need to do, yeah. So, there's a lot of these, also these 2 tones. Do you know this initiative? This is an initiative where it's an initiative where people have to reduce their waste, carbon footprint, and a lot of things just to minimize from a lot of tons to 2 tons per person. But let's check. And another thing is that if, at least for Latvians for sure, you can go on World. World. Yes, and there is a calculator, and you can check how much carbon footprint you produce during the year. That's right. And then you will be able also to understand where you have to change your habits, just to check what you can do, just to be more sustainable. So yeah, this is me and my telephone number, and that's my colleague. She's more working with inclusion, digital, and green priority. So in case you need anything, just pop up the message. Thank you so much. We'll be waiting for applications for the October training because we have a lot of spots for Latvians. I haven't seen yet, so because I'm not in charge of the answers, but I know that 11 participants already have it. We have 20 or 25 spots, so.
Yes, I would like to share that I believe you applied to for digital literacy, also for digital literacy.
Thank you so much. Now we'll proceed to the speakers and the question round. Is there anyone who has any question? Then I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay. Then we can start the first question from the back.
Thank you, Monica, for your presentation. So my question is quite simple. Where do you see a cooperation with ESN Latvia and the national agency who work together to support horizontal priorities in whichever field? Where do you see a cooperation for us?
In fact, let's be honest, horizontal priorities is not only about just supporting, but it's about implementing them and showing examples. For instance, the same if you do some Erasmus project, and you also as ESN as an organization, you are a part of the Erasmus program, and you have to be as a role model who shows how to implement something. But what if we speak about the cooperation, we already started some things, and I really hope that we will come up with more closer and more beneficial also for you and also for us, just to create a really good sustainable networking activities and also activities as such, so that we can really cooperate in the next. So really looking forward, as I also said, that next week I meet my colleagues from the higher education. So hopefully we will have even more closer cooperation. But for now, I don't want to say anything concrete. But yeah.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone taking the question?
Yes.
Okay. Then next question will go from Chitan.
Chitan is in Austria. I'm a guest here visiting this weekend for the National Assembly in Latvia. And I have a question which is in regard to student housing. So do you have any projects that you are working on to improve housing situation for mobility schools, for example?
I can tell honestly, I do not know about this so much yet, but I know that there is a special housing topic going on with the National Council of Students, am I correct?
Yes, ESN Latvia and the National Student Council.
Yes, because I remember Alan showed me that they're going to work on this, and I don't remember, but I think that also they had some, like a brochure.
Okay, I can comment.
Yeah.
So it's the award we won yesterday. ESN Latvia and the National Student Union did a National Student Housing Guide together, where we researched all of the accommodation options in all cities, both within and outside of ESN. And it is already published. I can share the website, and I believe you already also have access to the website either.
Yes, because if we speak about the different projects that now we don't have, as far as I know, because I haven't been informed about that, but I can just check with this. And I also know that there was a study in Latvia that is organization. It's not connected with Erasmus, but it's also within our agency. I have to ask how much do they know about that. But I know that I can tell honestly that this question, topic, or problem, I don't know how to call it, it's quite obvious in different countries. The same is in Italy. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because it's a topic and a hot topic in different countries, and they just don't know how to fight it.
Yes, in Austria it's also a big topic actually, and our national agency also has like some very specific sports in that. I think this topic is like more and more common.
That's really interesting just to see what do they do. Yeah, Austria, yeah. Okay, thank you. I will check this year, but I know that it's a problem not only for foreign students, it's a problem also for the local ones. Just for instance, those ones who are coming to Riga to find the space to live. Because I remember it was 2003 when I came to Riga to start to my studies, and I can tell honestly, I didn't even get the dormitories because CES is just nearby, but like 30 minutes from here. It was too close to Riga. It's 87 kilometers, and I can go by bus every day. And that was at that time. So you can imagine that was already a problem at that time. It's not just now. So yeah, I know. Yeah, but this is hot topic everywhere. I don't know that I also have spoken with Spanish colleagues about this, with Italian colleagues, and I think it was yeah. But mostly it's a problem in big cities. Metropolis cities.
I also have a small comment on that. Being from Ukraine, I can feel what you're talking about in the United Foundation in Riga because I think my Ukrainian university had the same situation with my groupmate who was living 90 kilometers from Kiev, while our limit was 100 kilometers. So it was only 10 minutes.
Yeah, this was the same for me. I didn't get the dormitory, so I was searching for a place where to live. And I did, at that time, I think that the average salary was around, how much, I would say, roughly 150 to 200 euros at that time. Yeah, in Latvia it was around like 120 lats, but Latvians will understand. And just to get the room, let's say, to share with like 2 or 3 people. I mean, sorry, not the room, but the flat. Like, for instance, there is 3-room apartment, and you get 1 room. It was around, I think, 50 to 80. But if we compare that it was 150 to 200 salary euros, so that was challenging. So I remember I was living with my aunt and still driving to Riga for 1 hour. But it was closer than so yeah.
Thank you. I will once again ask if anyone is taking a question. If not, I will propose to your taking.
I'm not typing, I want to say digital green. I'm not typing. May I outlaw the question?
Yes.
Say the verbally without.
You can join the question round with the queue and then ask it in the sequence. So please type in the question. Then I will also propose to close the question round after Georgie's last question. Any objections?
Yes,
No objections?
my goodness is rejected.
No, it's approved.
Then no objections.
It's not digital green anymore.
Next question.
So I would like to share a little bit of announcements. I would like to share a little bit of an appreciation on behalf of the National ESN Latvia. As I mean, we are the first national agency, first member of the national agency we have ever collaborated with, at least in recent history, and it started during our visit. So we're incredibly grateful for all the support you have given us. You're so forthcoming, and you're always ready to hear us, promote us, help us in every way. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how our cooperation will continue, and also I'm excited to see how the next national board will function together with the national agency. So thank you very much, really. Thank you for everything you've done for us.
Thank you, and I'm really excited to cooperate with you because a long time ago I was also a student and I know what to do and what you have to do. And at the same time, I was also running Eurodesk. Maybe you know that. Yes,
Partners.
Yeah, so I am totally aware that you are, as I usually say, small diamonds that could be in the big, because youth mobility or student mobility as such, it's, as I'm usually saying, it's a crown. It's an opportunity that you just take and put on it. And each people whom you meet on your way, it's like a small diamond that you put in your crown, and you know you have experience, you have contacts, you're going to have this Erasmus, as I said already, family, because more or less you will be Erasmus members, and you will be a family of your ESN family, members of ESN family. So yes, I'm really looking forward to cooperate with you even more closely. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, it's just disappeared.
Okay, so it's my turn. Yes, and I would ask you to please be concise with answers because we are short on time.
So Julia is in Lithuania. As you mentioned, some collaborations for Baltics and also especially for Estonia. I was curious, is there anything ongoing with Lithuania? Maybe we as ESN Latvia can join somehow or be part of it.
We don't have special projects as such, but for instance, you can participate in the peace. It's an European activity that started this year. It's Peace Plus, so before it was Peace, and you have to contact then your national agency how you can collaborate, how you can include it, because I know that within Latvian Peace, we are cooperating with Latvian ESN. So yes, you have to check. But I think that it's a really good opportunity to become a member of this movement.
Thank you. Next question, Linda ESN Riga, and I also wanted I will give the appreciation on behalf of ESN Riga. And I wanted to appreciate you joining us to the EGM and being a part of our delegation, a part of ESN Latvia, basically, for a couple of days. Thank you a lot.
Thank you for inviting me. It was a real pleasure to be there. And I was so excited by the workshops. You cannot even imagine.
Thank you so much. And the last question goes to
Georgi, it's anonymous, apologies. Just I wasn't able to. I think I wasn't able to put my name and surname.
Section.
Name and section. Georgi Garsonishvili, ESN Liga. So, question is that education is not for only the locals or EU member countries or any individuals separately or totally together, right? So probably somebody will come from third countries or, for example, an EU country. And how this national agency works with immigration office. For example, if person come here in EU country member without permission of the educational purposes only, and for example work-related things, they need to adjust probably their immigration papers, right? So how closely are you working about education-related things and permission-related stuff with the agency and the immigration office?
Yes, thank you. I have to tell honestly, because my department, because we are in the Erasmus department, we are a small unit that deals more with this beneficial things that completes Erasmus. Like for example, priorities, we also have this things like that. So this is not our priority, that not our daily work, but I know that because when I worked in the university, I remember that we didn't cooperate with the national agency. We just straightly went to this migration office and just did all the stuff directly with them. But yes, if we speak about the organization regarding this work, that's again totally new, because as far as I know, we do not do anything with it, but I can check this.
Yeah, I'll make one comment.
Yeah.
To make it more clear for you, just it's the regulation itself, to make it clear for everybody, doesn't restricts, but with the permission to participate in such kind of voluntary activities or so. So at the same time, the benefits for the organization could not apply to all members of the organization itself. Like, for example, if we'll take the opportunity from a national agency and we'll try to spread it in the organization and reach each of the volunteer, there will be the issues toward the democratic values to give each of us equal possibility as a member of the organization. So this is why I asked this question. So how well could we just manage these things between you as a national agency and immigration officer?
That's a good question. Thank you. I can tell honestly, I don't have an answer for that. But just to add you, in Ancona, there was a session about this. And I'm not sure if you were there. Yeah, but this was really good. And I don't remember the name of the girl, but I think she was from Armenia. Maybe, I don't remember, but she stressed this. And also there was another person also, I think, in one of the sessions also mentioned these things about the migration issues that, in fact, despite the fact that the program promotes inclusion and diversity, sometimes it's not so inclusive and diverse for people from third countries, yeah, as we say, not from these non-European countries. But this also relates to the policy that the European Union states. And if they say we will still have this regulation, we cannot go against it. because we act regarding what they. So therefore, just a quick question: how many of you participated in the multi-annual financial framework that was open till the 6th of May? That you was able to give your input and your valuable insights what Erasmus Plus should change in the future.
I'll make the comment there. Like, first of all, this is the question, like roots of the question. Like, first of all, I need to check: am I allowed or not to participate there because of my origin country? So, like, these layers of the immigration makes another obstacles of the stuff. So like, I need to check all through the immigration office the papers and policy of the TRT or something. So this is why I'm asking.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. This is an issue. I know that if we speak from your side perspective, yes. But you have to check because, for instance, if we speak about some training activities and something like this, that, for instance, if you represent Latvian organization, none will ask you a special permit. I mean, for instance, you as a participant in some, that's fine. But you as a volunteer, yes, because volunteering is quite interesting law in Latvia as such. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
In the presentation, so all the links will be there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wait, comment? Or small announcement?
Yes, wait. Is it how important is it? Right now, personally, okay.
So somehow, in possession of ESN Estonia, we have a flag of ESN Riga. And nobody knew where it was. So for this, as a punishment, we have to perform. Unfortunately, I won't see ESN Estonia. Thank you for having us. It was very lovely. See you somehow in the future. This is Estonia. Bye.
Bye. Now we have the small sessions for the next 30 minutes. They'll be happening in the rooms and you will get information on the WhatsApp. The second question will be by Paula and the advocacy is Missouri education community will be by Una. And we'll see you in half an hour.
Okay.
We will see you in half an hour, but basically you will straight go from small sessions to workshop. So.
No, the workshop is one with
Yes.
Is there any workshop? Yeah.
I've never done a challenge in my life.
It's your time. Yeah. Who says black? So wait, now
that's my 18 hours.